Who is your greatest adversary? It may seem like the answer is out there, beyond the reach of your own skin. Yet, the true battle whispers from within, the clash of unmet expectations, the illusions we craft, and the patterns we refuse to see. In the heart of night, with the world asleep, a mirror awaits not to judge, but to reveal. Here, clarity uncovers the tangles of thought. All growth begins not at the breaking of dawn, but where the cloak of denial is shed. Are we not the architects of our own cages, adorned with fear, comfort, and comparison? The structures of self-sabotage and suffering are molded by hands unaware. Yet nestled deep within this chaos lies the quiet power of responsibility. No specter of blame can shelter the truth. The true liberation lies in owning it all. Thus, the journey unfolds, a path not only toward recognition, but to the radical reclamation of self. We are both the storm and the shelter, and within this paradox, we hold the gift of transformation. Are you ready to embrace the self that saves itself? Let us begin. As we set forth on this journey of inner exploration, we gently direct our gaze inward, discovering that the tempest lies not in the world around us, but within us. This is where the true field of battle lies, where we confront our own essence and confront the forces that shape our reality. In the fabric of our lives, threads of expectation and illusion weave intricate patterns, defining us even as they imprison us. Amidst these webs, we begin the process of untangling the truths we've spun. Our perceptions, rather than mirroring reality, create mirages that mislead our understanding of the world and our place in it. We build these illusions as a means to shield ourselves from uncomfortable truths. Yet, in doing so, we become ensnared by them. To embark on this path is to acknowledge these self-created fictions. Expectations rest precariously at the intersection of hope and control, leading us toward both enlightenment and deception. They emerge from our desires, colored by past experiences that in turn shape our present. When left unchecked, these expectations transform into chains, binding our potential, confining our ability to embrace the unanticipated beauty that life offers. In the latticework of our lives, habits and routines provide comfort and stability. Yet, they too can become prisons of our own design, trapping us within cycles of inertia. These patterns often resist change, maintaining a status quo that no longer benefits us. To evolve, to truly grow, we must shatter these bonds and reconstruct our lives anew. Our greatest adversary is not found in the world outside. It dwells in the recesses of our minds. The internal dialogue we engage in can serve as either a powerful catalyst for growth or a relentless critic that stymies progress. This opposition, cloaked in the familiarity of our thoughts, is both intimidating and deceptive. To confront the enemy within, it is essential to unmask it. This requires courage, a willingness to peer beyond our preconceived notions and biases. As we peel away layers of self-deception, we expose the root of our discontent and plant the seeds for transformation. The act of acknowledging our role in creating these struggles is a potent act of taking ownership, the first step on the path to empowerment and change. By accepting responsibility for our thoughts and actions, we reclaim our power, unlocking the door to possibility and growth. Our mental habits, the rituals of our mind, paint the canvas of our experiences, infusing every moment with their shades. These thought patterns have the potential to elevate us or pull us into despair. Through mindful awareness, we can recognize these habitual tendencies and choose new pathways that guide us toward liberation. Comfort, with its whispers of security and ease, clings to us. Yet, under its seductive embrace, growth withers, potential remains unrealized. By stepping beyond the confines of comfort, we create space for transformation. It is only through challenge that we truly learn and evolve. To avoid discomfort is to avoid life itself. By sidestepping the unfamiliar, we forego opportunities for expansion and thriving. When we embrace discomfort as a teacher, we discover within it the ability to transcend our current limitations, awakening to a greater self. Fear, the silent companion that shapes our decisions and actions, is a natural yet formidable force. It can protect us or paralyze us. To dance with fear, rather than allow it to dictate our choices, is key to unlocking our potential. This dance begins with understanding and mindfulness, exploring our fears with compassion and curiosity. In confronting our inner struggles, we must embrace vulnerability. This openness is the bridge to authenticity, allowing us to engage fully with life. Through vulnerability, we connect with our true selves and with others, building a foundation of strength and resilience. Reflection becomes a vital tool for insight and understanding. It shows us the patterns and beliefs that govern our lives, holding up a mirror to the subconscious. In these moments of introspection, we gather wisdom necessary to challenge and change narratives that no longer serve us. Change demands courage. It's kind that involves stepping into the unknown and releasing the familiar. Trust that this path will reveal itself as each step is taken. This courage is not always grand. Rather, it is a quiet resolve that strengthens with every move toward growth and transformation. We are like the snake, casting off old skin that restricts us. To allow parts of ourselves and our lives to fall away is to make room for what is to come. Renewal is a process steeped in understanding that true growth often requires letting go of the past. By taking responsibility for our lives, we find freedom. It is not a burden, it is liberation. This act empowers us to shape our destiny and live with intentionality, steering our lives according to our values and aspirations. Control is a paradox. In our quest to seek it, we often submit to its illusion. Genuine control comes from relinquishing the illusion of complete control. By releasing our grip on what cannot be held, we discover freedom and find joy in the present moment and in our true selves. Acceptance is not resignation. It is a stance of strength that allows us to navigate life's challenges with grace. Through acceptance, we find peace amid chaos, channeling our energies toward focused, purposeful action. The narratives we create for ourselves shape our reality. By cultivating a compassionate inner dialogue, we establish fertile ground for substantive change. Listening deeply to these stories enables us to rewrite them, nurturing a narrative that supports our true potential. Each moment in life holds the potential for change. It is within the dance of life, in openness to possibility, that we find freedom. This openness encourages us to explore the uncharted, to create anew with each breath, and to embrace the infinite potential residing within us. Presence is key to living fully and deeply. It grounds us in the richness of the current moment, allowing us to savor the beauty and complexity of our existence. through presence, each moment becomes an opportunity for growth and reflection. In the quiet embrace of silence, we find clarity and insight. It is there, in the spaces between thoughts, that the truth of our being arises. Silence entreats us to listen to the soul's whispers, receiving subtle guidance that leads to a life imbued with purpose and meaning. The journey inward is both solitary and universal, a rarely traveled road demanding introspection and bravery. As we venture deep within, we uncover the profundity of our being and the limitless potential poised for realization. Standing at the threshold of transformation, we are invited to begin. Though the path may be challenging, it is uniquely ours to take. With each step forward, we unveil new depths of understanding and gain a clearer vision of who we are and who we have the capacity to become. Let us walk this path together, embracing both the struggle and the beauty that lie ahead. In the quiet solitude of self-reflection, we stand before an unyielding mirror, one that strips away pretenses and bears the essence of who we are beneath the facades carefully constructed over time. This mirror, unlike any crafted by human hand, pierces the superficial and delves into the depths of our being, illuminating inner landscapes hidden beneath layers. It neither judges nor flatters. It simply exists to reveal the truth of our thoughts, habitual behaviors, and choices, reflecting them back to us with unvarnished clarity. The journey of growth and transformation begins here, within the reflective gaze that confronts denial and unearths the authenticity buried beneath. Yet, this path demands courage to face imperfections we would rather hide, beliefs misguided by fear, and the vulnerabilities we work tirelessly to shield. To truly grow, we must grasp this mirror's revelation, understanding that the root causes of our struggles lie within ourselves, and that the paths to freedom are forged not by averting our eyes, but by seeing plainly. However, the challenge extends beyond merely looking. It requires us to truly see, and this often means experiencing discomfort. It is a natural inclination to shy away, to divert our gaze when confronted with the aspects of ourselves that induce shame or guilt. But herein lies the power of self-reflection, to commit to a steady observation, even when the mirror presents an image we would rather not acknowledge. This act of courage cultivates a deeper connection to our core selves. The mirror that never lies becomes a guide, leading us to confront our truths with compassion, catalyzing sincere transformation and liberation. In this realm of self-awareness, vulnerability stands as both a formidable challenge and a necessary virtue. To stand vulnerably before the mirror is to open ourselves to the rawness of our existence. Such exposure can be daunting, for it dismantles illusions and uncovers the defenses we have painstakingly built. Yet, in vulnerability, we find the key to unlocking profound growth. By acknowledging and accepting our imperfections, we peel away layers of pretense, allowing authentic self-understanding to take root. Vulnerability is a testament to our humanity, not a weakness, but a demonstration of courage in accepting our flawed nature. Through this courage, empathy takes seed within us, both toward ourselves and others. In embracing vulnerability, we discover an inner strength fortified by self-compassion. No longer is self-reflection burdened by the weight of judgment. Instead, it becomes a practice of open, kind acceptance. This kindness encourages us to own our narratives, to confront them head-on rather than flee. By accepting our whole selves, both strengths and weaknesses alike, we dismantle the prisons of perfectionism and shame. The mirror, once feared, now becomes a wise companion, offering wisdom and encouraging progress toward our fullest potential. Yet, within this mirror also lies the seductive art of self-deception, a comfortable narrative we craft to justify, simplify, and evade responsibility. Humans possess an incredible capacity to weave tales that soothe anxiety and mitigate discomfort, creating masks from half-truths that shield us from accountability. The mirror that never lies reflects back these deceptions raw and unfiltered, challenging us to confront the falsehoods we harbor. Recognizing our self-deception is a complex but vital step in the pursuit of authenticity. It is only through unearthing the stories we tell ourselves to escape reality that we open the door to genuine change. This journey of confronting self-deception shatters our illusions of control, forcing us to recognize how these narratives confine us to cycles of unrealized potential. They prevent us from embracing our true selves, anchoring us to beliefs that hinder growth. The mirror of truth, though unsettling, is the only means by which we can gain insight into the veils we have knitted around our perceptions. It demands that we approach each falsehood with curiosity and intention, peeling back layers to reveal the unadulterated self beneath. Our fears, too, manifest as shadows on the landscape of our interior world, distorting vision and influencing choice. To confront them head-on requires a deliberate journey into self-awareness, looking directly at their reflection in the mirror of our psyche. This confrontation is not recklessness, but a courageous endeavor. By facing our fears with intention and understanding, we discern their roots and begin to comprehend their grip on our actions. Standing consistently at this threshold of discomfort not only strengthens our emotional resilience, but also fosters growth. As we delve into these fears, transformation begins as we acknowledge them without relinquishing power. Fears, when confronted, have the capacity to transform from paralyzing forces into guides, highlighting unresolved aspects of ourselves. Acknowledging and integrating these fears dismantles their dominance. The mirror, once a source of terror, transforms into a tool for liberation, revealing fear as a projection of untapped potential and misunderstood experiences. In this space of self-exploration, we encounter the ego's cunning illusions. It crafts a reality with itself as the focal point, convincing us of the supremacy of our desires and perceptions, luring us into a narrow existence ruled by reaction rather than contemplation. Yet, within the mirror of truth, we perceive the clever constructs of the ego and understand their role in providing a semblance of control within a chaotic world. When we allow ourselves to examine these facets unflinchingly, the ego's grip loosens, freeing space for profound self-exploration. Rather than viewing the ego as an adversary, this lens allows us to see it as a teacher pointing to areas needing transformation. Recognizing the ego's illusions empowers us to transcend them, journeying toward authenticity. This awakening nurtures humility and connection, hallmarks of a fulfilled existence. By drawing back the curtain on ego-based delusions, our self-awareness deepens, aligning values with actions and setting us on a path toward true freedom and contentment beyond the constraints of ego-centered living. Yet, denial often acts as a psychological shield, nullifying the impact of reflection and perpetuating avoidance and ignorance. The mirror that never lies brings light to denial, birthing awareness and offering a choice. Continue shielding ourselves or accept reality with open eyes. Recognizing denial is an invitation to embrace inconvenient truths, surrendering to vulnerability, and embarking on a path toward conscious living. Breaking the habit of denial requires a gentle yet firm embrace of discomfort as a precursor to growth. This process allows us to see life's challenges not as threats, but as profound opportunities for self-discovery. The mirror becomes a sacred space where truth overcomes denial, unveiling the full richness of our existence. As we break free from the damaging cycle of denial, we pivot toward genuine personal evolution and authentic connections formed by living wholly within our realities. The practice of self-compassion emerges as a sanctuary amid the harsher elements of self-critique, guiding us toward genuine self-acceptance. The mirror's honest reflection displays imperfections, mistakes, and failures, offering a canvas for painting with understanding and forgiveness. Through self-compassion, we lift the weight of perpetual judgment, creating a nurturing space for resilience and the empowerment needed to transcend limitations. In this acceptance, growth flourishes, turning the once feared reflection into a source of love, illuminating the divine truth within us all, our inherent worthiness, irrespective of imperfections. Thus, self-awareness becomes the catalyst for authenticity. As we peer into the unyielding mirror, hidden truths emerge, dismantling identities formed from societal expectations. This journey demands courageous introspection, revealing our genuine selves, free from disguise. Authenticity in our reflections amplifies our inner voice, aligning actions with values, nurturing a life of integrity and grace. Through continuous self-awareness, we discern the difference between the selves presented to the world and our true identity. Allowing authenticity to flourish means boldly accepting and expressing the self we find in reflection. Reframing failure also becomes essential on this journey. The mirror illustrates failure not as a defeat, but as an invitation to learn. This perspective shift transforms fear into a bold embrace of growth opportunities and wisdom. By reframing failure, we find encouragement to take risks, realizing that each misstep holds crucial lessons integral to our path of mastery. Re-examining failure alters our relationship with it, inviting a mindset where failure becomes an indispensable teacher. The insights gained can lead to transformative growth and unexpected success, propelling us toward resilience and adaptation. As we examine failure within the mirror's truth, we gather the knowledge necessary to rebuild and redefine the path to realization. Transformation, once an abstract dream, becomes an attainable reality, embraced through courage and persistence. Only through emotional transparency do we navigate the waters of truth. This transparency requires the courage to stand bare before the mirror of our emotions, understanding them without construction or obstruction. By acknowledging our emotional states, from joy to anger, peace to sadness, we enhance self-awareness, revealing habits and triggers concealed from the conscious mind. This openness fosters genuine connections, inviting vulnerability and forging authentic relationships, both with ourselves and others. Approaching our emotional landscape with transparency allows us to break free from emotional repression, affirming the full range of human emotion as valid and beautiful. Navigating these waters with truth the mirror becomes a tool of liberation, fostering the emotional intelligence necessary for a life of integrity and wisdom. Through these practices, we embrace the change, learning that in its inevitability lies boundless potential. The mirror invites us to welcome transformation, renewing our spirits and expanding our horizons through resilience and adaptability. As we reflect on patterns, the mirror of existence highlights the habitual cycles that control our actions. Recognizing these patterns empowers us to interrupt them, redesigning a life founded on awareness and conscious choice. Integrating new patterns requires patience and intention, laying groundwork for transformation that fosters healthier habits and authentic living. Embracing change in these routines nurtures authenticity, allowing us to break from binding cycles and embrace innovation. Yet, the dance between comfort and growth remains unceasing. Comfort offers predictability and safety, yet growth demands stepping beyond its confines. The mirror's reflection inspires a quest for transformation, inviting us to meet discomfort with courage. This understanding enriches awareness, presenting comfort as both sanctuary and prison. By engaging with uncertainty, growth is nurtured, and the journey between these polarities, guided by the mirror, reveals clarity and insight and frees us beyond the threshold where comfort once reigned. In this reflection, celebrating small wins becomes vital in acknowledging progress. These victories, often overlooked, represent profound transformation when consciously embraced. Celebrating steps, rather than focusing solely on destinations, fosters an attitude anchored in gratitude and affirmation. Each victory becomes a testament to progress, a leap toward awakening and fulfillment. Recognizing small victories nurtures perseverance, creating a positive cycle of motivation and accomplishment that anchors us in the present. This practice, reflected back, amplifies ambition and appreciation for each step in the grand tapestry of our journey. By rejoicing in the journey's victories, big and small, the mirror deepens self-understanding, guiding us onward. Ultimately, crafting an intentional existence involves sculpting life through reflective awareness. The mirror demands focus and authenticity, directing purposeful choice aligned with inherent truths. This consciousness cultivates intention, weaving a tapestry of meaning where each thread interlinks with clarity of purpose and self-understanding. Living intentionally, our actions harmonize with values, creating a life resonant with fulfillment and meaningful connections. Gratitude emerges through reflection, drawing us nearer to the essence of life, the present moment. Within the mirror, gratitude blossoms as a recognition of life's wonders and teachings. Engaging in gratitude enriches contentment, fostering wholeness as present moments become fertile grounds for appreciation and unity. By honoring challenges alongside victories, profound fulfillment arises, shifting perspective to savor existence's nuances peacefully. As the mirror of gratitude reflects, our lives flourish with compassion and unity, celebrating life's moments with humility and joy. Within this lens, ancient wisdom blooms anew, presenting timeless teachings with unchanged relevance and insight. Through reflection, streams of Stoic, Buddhist, and Taoist thought impart universal truths, guiding us toward fulfillment. These teachings urge us to recognize inherent interconnectedness, fostering harmony within ourselves and the cosmos. By integrating ancient teachings with modern mindfulness, we illuminate simplicity amid complexity, achieving profound joy and purpose. The challenge lies in translating philosophical insights into daily practice, allowing their impact to transform existence. Reflection births wisdom, requiring translation into concrete action for profound effect. Through this transformation, abstract philosophies morph into living frameworks that shape decision and being. The practice of transformation bridges insight to action, infusing life with meaning, purpose, and choice. Resilience, manifested through the mirror, emerges by engaging with adversity. It thrives not from avoidance, but from deliberate actions rooted in understanding. Reflection strengthens resolve, collaborating with purpose and determination. As resilience is ingrained, challenges become guides to wisdom, leading to growth. Resilience becomes the cornerstone for realignment. Finally, silence serves as the canvas upon which reflection is painted. The silence surrounding the mirror reveals our depths, inviting introspection by stripping away noise and distraction. This space nurtures self-awareness, forging paths to tranquility and inner peace. In silence, we rediscover potential and awaken dreams, guiding introspection toward profound realization. Avoidance, often reflected as prisons of fear and procrastination, is identified within these mirrored truths. Moving beyond it unveils freedom, requiring confrontation and consistent effort. As presence returns, fear dissolves, encouraging courage's place. This journey invites aspiration, aligning intent with commitment, freeing us from paralysis cycles. No reflection is complete without embracing imperfection, the beloved teacher. By accepting the mirror's truth, flaws become signals for engagement and growth. Rejecting perfectionism creates grace, reframing imperfection into beauty, a canvas for acceptance and creativity. Through grace, creativity unfurls, understanding expands, and interconnection deepens. In embracing imperfection lies the interplay of light and shadow. These forces invite introspection, illuminating balance within growth. By harmonizing dark and light, we experience a holistic existence. Accepting duality, blending it, fosters understanding. Wisdom thrives, championing strength and lessons throughout our journey. Personal accountability, illuminated by reflection, allows for ownership of actions. Authentic engagement transforms life from happenstance to intention. Responsibility becomes liberation, encouraging growth and empowerment while aligning actions with heart and mind. A compass guiding purpose. At reflection's core lies inner wisdom, an intuitive force awakened through self-awareness. Openness nurtures wisdom, shaping destiny through authenticity by harmonizing knowledge and self-clarity. As reflection deepens, life evolves, rebirthing from chance into a conscious journey toward growth and truth. In the quiet recesses of the mind, fear silently lays the first bricks of self-sabotage. It is an instinctual response meant to shield us. Yet in our modern lives, it often barricades us from venturing into the vast expanse of our true potential. Fear, though rarely acknowledged, weaves itself into the tapestry of daily decisions and actions. It finds its roots in memories, learned behaviors, and the subtle pressures of society, quietly whispering threads of doubt into our consciousness. In its role as the clandestine architect, fear molds our perceptions of inadequacy and alienation. By tracing fear back to its origins, we can begin to reshape its presence, not as our adversary, but as a guide pointing us toward where growth is most needed. Fear acts as a catalyst, creating stagnation by luring us into cycles where avoidance and procrastination become familiar comforts. Through constructing internal resistance, it builds invisible walls that restrict our potential's reach. To dismantle these barriers, we must engage in introspection, questioning why this fear looms over our aspirations like a shadow. In diving into these introspective depths, the narrative becomes evident. Fear clings to the unknown, yet when courage rises to meet fear, the firm structure of self-sabotage weakens, its foundation shaking. By accepting fear as a companion rather than letting it dictate choices, we dismantle those very walls our anxieties have built. The notion of a comfort zone presents itself as a deceptively serene haven, but it is often a trap of self-sabotage. Within its walls, we trade growth for the illusion of safety and familiarity, settling into patterns that stall the mind and spirit. These high walls of complacency promise protection, yet confine our potential to thrive. Stepping outside this zone invites uncertainty and discomfort, emotions that breed further fear and doubt. Thus, what initially feels like sanctuary turns into a self-imposed prison. However, this prison's bricks, forged by our own hands, can be dismantled. Transformation germinates in the soil of discomfort, necessitating our departure from the familiar. In stretching beyond safety, we prepare the ground for creativity and innovation to take root. In our quest for validation, comparison becomes a powerful, albeit subtle, architect of self-sabotage. It sows seeds of envy and dissatisfaction, turning our gaze from self-love to self-criticism. Amid an era of hyperconnectivity, we often find ourselves bombarded by the polished narratives of others' lives, fostering a culture of constant measurement and judgment. We become prisoners within the cages constructed by our own perceptions when we long for and idolize these unattainable ideals. However, recognizing the unique trajectories of all individuals can free us to appreciate others' light without the need to emulate it. External validation often shifts our core focus away from intrinsic values, preventing us from cherishing our worth. This perpetual cycle of self-sabotage deepens as we constantly chase the benchmarks set by others, resulting in an endless loop of discontentment. To break free from this, one must realign focus internally, appreciating diverse human experiences without judgment. Valuing progress over unattainable perfection becomes the cornerstone of self-worth, unveiling the inner power needed to transcend self-imposed limitations. Authenticity becomes the foundation, fostering the belief that genuine self-expression outweighs the fleeting approval of others' opinions. Procrastination, too, takes its place within self-sabotage's arsenal, often cloaked as busyness when, in truth, it is the theft of time and opportunities. As a principal tool of self-sabotage, it lulls us into inaction, soothing us through delay's allure. By deferring tasks that demand our immediate attention, we fool ourselves with the notion of waiting for the right moment. Yet this moment never materializes. Recognizing procrastination's deceit is crucial in disbanding its grip, allowing intention and action to align in harmony. Deep within our psychological landscape, procrastination's roots intertwine with fear, self-doubt, and the unyielding pursuit of perfection. Together, these elements form chains that bind us to inertia. Unraveling these connections empowers us to redefine our association with time and productivity. Embracing imperfection as a natural aspect of growth defies procrastination, encouraging movement and progress over paralysis. With deliberate small steps, we breeze past hesitation, igniting the potential to manifest and triumph in the present moment's entirety. Perfectionism, another insidious form of self-sabotage, masquerades as a pursuit of high standards. It falsely promises that flawlessness is attainable, enticing us into an endless journey toward an impossible ideal. In this relentless chase for perfection, we overlook the beauty residing within imperfection, where genuine progress thrives. This pursuit builds mental barriers, hampering our ability to commence and complete tasks. Recognizing perfectionism's deceit redirects us from the unattainable towards growth and exploration, encouraging the celebration of effort over results. Beneath perfectionism lies fear and insecurity, often projecting as an overwhelming desire for control. Surrendering these bonds and embracing imperfection as a cornerstone of humanity fosters innovation and creativity within our lives. By reframing our standards, we nurture a space for growth and learning, bolstering resilience against uncertainties encountered in future endeavors. Focusing on gradual improvements rather than immaculate outcomes leads the self-sabotage architecture to crumble, replaced by the liberating acceptance of our perfect imperfection. Cognitive dissonance occupies a pivotal niche in self-sabotage, creating internal conflict between actions and beliefs. When our behaviors clash with our values, unease settles in, leading paths to self-deceit or inertia. This dissonance thrives on avoidance and justification, erecting layers of barriers that inhibit authenticity. Recognizing these inconsistencies is vital to dismantling false rationalizations, allowing us to realign actions with core values and escape the vicious cycle of sabotage. Addressing cognitive dissonance demands courage to confront uncomfortable truths about oneself. Such confrontations often reveal profound shifts in perspective, uncovering hidden patterns hindering growth. Through these engagements, the rigid structures of self-sabotage begin to weaken, heralding new prospects for alignment and comprehension. This discomfort transforms into empowerment, enabling us to convert dissonance into congruence, fostering a life resonating with authenticity and purpose, where actions support beliefs instead of conflicting with them. The inner critic, a relentless voice, serves as both architect and destroyer within self-sabotage. It feeds on negativity and self-doubt, incessantly questioning decisions and magnifying mistakes. By elevating insecurities and fears, this critic effectively constructs barriers that stifle creativity and self-worth. Listening to this voice creates a narrative where potential goes unnoticed and successes are diminished. The challenge is to address this voice, cultivating a compassionate internal dialogue that fosters self-acceptance and growth. Developing self-awareness dilutes the inner critic's hold, granting us the ability to hear it without succumbing. Acknowledging its roots often lie in past experiences allows for an empathetic approach, avoiding its undermining sway. Transforming negative thoughts into constructive reflections converts this critic from a foe into an advisor, steering us through realistic assessments rather than destructive judgments. This evolution strengthens resilience, nurturing belief in our innate capacity to overcome, thereby promoting constructive action over criticism's stagnation. In the silent corridors of the mind, a fear of success lurks, an oft overlooked form of self-sabotage. Here, the prospect of reaching our goals triggers anxiety as success shifts the familiar status quo. Concerns arise over increased expectations and potential loss of anonymity. In anticipating success, self-imposed limits surface, undermining achievements to avoid imagined repercussions. By acknowledging these fears, we dismantle the prisons enveloping our aspirations, freeing ourselves to embrace potential and fulfillment without hesitation. Such fears often stem from a desire for acceptance coupled with the discomfort that change incites. As the possibility of success approaches, it confronts us with scenarios of alienation or unworthiness, prompting avoidance. Embracing change as a catalyst explains this pattern's dissolution, celebrating ambition and progression as natural phases. Through introspection and recognizing subconscious fears, we venture onto paths of self-discovery, welcoming achievement as it harmonizes with authenticity. External approval frequently builds dependencies that nurture self-sabotage in the shadows. When our self-esteem hinges upon external opinions, we weaken autonomy and authority over personal narratives. The hunt for approval often curtails action and breeds doubt as fear of rejection dominates. Overcoming this requires shifting attention from external affirmation to internal validation, rooting success within personal values and principles. Embracing the journey towards self-empowerment involves unlearning reliance on outside validation. This growth journey develops inner acceptance, reinforcing recognition of inherent worth. As self-worth is cultivated internally, self-sabotage's robust grasp diminishes, ushering in a pathway of confidence and decisive action. Celebrating our uniqueness nurtures the belief that authentic self-expression holds value beyond external viewpoints, heralding an awakening of courage and inner fortitude. Resistance to change often emerges as an inertial force within self-sabotage. The comfort of predictable routines guards against change's potential upheaval while preserving destructive cycles. Though we aspire for growth, the looming unpredictabilities of significant shifts kindle apprehension, forbidding advancement with what-if scenarios. Acknowledging this fear fosters mindfulness, perceiving life's flux not as a threat, but as a precursor to transformation. Relinquishing fear encourages us to welcome change with curiosity rather than trepidation. This perceptual shift grants permission for growth, recognizing change as an innate rhythm rather than an adversary. When uncertainty is embraced, resilience robustly strengthens, creating foundations for self-sabotage's disbandment. Trusting the process nurtures possibilities, recognizing change as an indispensable ally in the journey toward accomplishment and satisfaction. Outcome attachment constructs mental cages where self-sabotage flourishes under the illusion of control. In the quest for predetermined results, creativity and adaptability become stifled, enforcing a rigidity that impedes evolution. Letting go of attachments unveils freedom, allowing the journey to outshine the destination. Anchoring fulfillment within experience instead of its results dismantles barriers erected by preconceived notions, highlighting the denials that sabotage progress. This detachment involves cultivating presence, valorizing moments for their insights and lessons without fixating on their conclusions. By surrendering control and embracing life's fluidity, new perspectives emerge, sparking exploration and innovation. Understanding success as multidimensional encourages us to transcend expectations, focusing instead on personal development and learning. as self-sabotage's chains dissolve. Purpose and intent harmoniously align to nurture pathways of extraordinary possibility. Overcommitment, often emblematic of self-sabotage, divides intention from capability, promising much but achieving little. By overextending ourselves, we unconsciously sacrifice quality for quantity, leading to unfulfilled results and burnout. Reflecting on commitments ensures that grounded choices align with realistic capacities, promoting quality engagement over breadth. Acknowledging limits fosters discipline, reminding us that authentic growth thrives in focused intent. Recognizing that value resides in depth, not quantity, shifts our approach, allowing for intentional engagement to bloom. Freeing time from incessant entanglements encourages rooted exploration, nurturing pathways leading to potential rather than distraction. Dedication amplifies when directed, fostering resilience and focus for meaningful accomplishments. As overcommitment untangles, we uncover the strength inherent in deliberate, mindful intentions, liberating ourselves from the grip of self-sabotage. Transforming failure into feedback offers a powerful counter to self-sabotage's pervasive influence. Failure, often perceived as a ruthless adversary, amplifies narratives of inadequacy, reinforcing self-doubt's enduring barriers. Shifting perspective reveals failure's lessons, offering feedback as a cornerstone to success. Embracing this transformation turns setbacks into catalysts for recalibration and advancement. Viewing failure as a guide requires detaching pride and embracing humility. Through introspection, events once deemed failures transform into insightful narratives. Learning to digest feedback unearths potential buried beneath apprehension, crafting new paths where only obstacles once lay. This reframing fortifies resolve, illustrating that trial and error is not failure, but an integral element in the framework of ingenuity and tenacity. Resilience, a stalwart defense against self-sabotage, encourages endurance despite life's inevitable challenges. Resilient individuals persevere through turbulent times, adapting to adversities to recover quickly and effectively. This resilience cultivates a mindset where obstacles are viewed as surmountable, breeding hope amidst despair and potential amidst uncertainty. Fortifying resilience begins with embracing vulnerability, recognizing that steadfast perseverance roots itself in an intimacy with discomfort. By perceiving hardship as integral to growth, we draw on inner strength while remaining receptive to change. Resilience emerges through constant learning, evolving past resistance to forge new pathways. As it fortifies, resilience becomes a foundation against self-sabotage, nurturing thriving success through its steadfast nature. The silent, enduring burdens of people-pleasing manifest as self-sabotage through the prioritization of others' expectations above personal desires. Approval seekers dilute authenticity, limiting their growth to meet external standards rather than personal values. Understanding this dynamic allows for the reclamation of personal narrative, where self-advocacy supersedes acquiescence. Transformation commences with setting clear boundaries, realizing people-pleasing as a form of conflict avoidance, masking true intent. Empowerment is nourished from within, affirming that internal alignment surpasses the quest for ubiquitous validation. Letting go of the need to satisfy others evolves into an act of self-love, awakening potential in authenticity's illumination. This foundational honesty dismantles obstacles, ushering genuine connections rooted in mutual respect and understanding. Neglect, a subtle tool of self-sabotage, often takes the form of deprioritization of self-care and wellness. Amid life's demands, neglect constructs imbalances where external responsibilities eclipse personal well-being. Recognizing this pattern questions overextensions of sacrifice, endorsing deliberate acts of self-care as essential for genuine growth. Reframing self-care as integral reshapes perceptions of neglect, inviting balance amidst chaos. This intentional choice fosters enduring energy and vitality, fortifying resilience against life's stresses. Prioritizing our own needs lessens self-neglect's hold, cultivating harmony and purposeful contribution. Liberation from self-abandonment nurtures authenticity's bloom, unveiling the potential to thrive, body, mind, and spirit, as inseparable facets of life's journey. Authenticity, a beacon amidst self-sabotage's shadows, intricately entwines with genuine self-expression. By embracing our authentic selves, we abandon masks and facades that perpetuate misalignment. Authenticity roots us in self-awareness, empowering choices that resonate with personal truth over societal expectation. Fostering authenticity requires profound introspection, identifying values as life's purposeful core. By honoring uniqueness, authenticity dismantles constraints, emboldening us to face trials with integrity. As facades yield to truth, powerful clarity emerges, unraveling the illusions of sabotage. Authenticity fortifies a fulfilling existence, aligning pathways in harmony and nurturing self-compassion that blossoms as intention and reality intertwine. Harnessing the liberating force of forgiveness disassembles the architecture of self-sabotage, releasing the weight of resentment and guilt that imprisoned us. Unresolved conflicts perpetuate negative cycles, constructing barriers against inner serenity and growth. Embracing forgiveness for oneself and others invites liberation from shackles of the past, permitting transformation and healing. The journey of forgiveness inspires compassion and clarity, acknowledging imperfection and mistakes as universal experiences fosters empathy over judgment. Embracing forgiveness's relief permits transcendence beyond blame, awakening avenues towards genuine connections and harmonious existence. As forgiveness cultivates internal peace, self-sabotage loses its foundation, replaced by unwavering resilience and freedom. In the vast expanse of existence, purpose often fades beneath life's routine demands. Yet, reconnecting with purpose stabilizes our journey amidst self-sabotage's distractions. A clear sense of purpose illuminates direction and provides depth to life's fabric. By realigning actions with intent, it clears the debris of ambiguity from authentic growth's path. Rekindling purpose requires introspection, an openness that explores values and aspirations. This exploration roots life's journey in meaningful engagement, harmonizing goals with innate passion and potential. As clarity returns, self-sabotage's walls dissipate, unveiling fertile ground for growth and distraction-free creation. Nourished by purpose, life's endeavors deepen self-awareness, cultivating a legacy rich with meaning and profound intent. Embracing the inevitabilities of mistakes as momentum against self-sabotage's destructive sway imparts vital learning. By transforming perceived failures into learning experiences, we dismantle the narratives of inadequacy woven by past slips. Dispelling shame, these experiences teach resilience and adaptability, acting as catalysts for growth and innovation. Rehabilitating perceptions of mistakes entails transitioning from a critical lens to the curious and receptive embrace of learning. Acknowledging errors without shame or judgment fosters reflection, encouraging creativity and foresight. The lessons derived from imperfection create landscapes abundant with possibilities, freeing us from self-imposed barriers and forging paths of potential transformation. In the quiet corners of human nature, blame stands as a refuge where we often seek solace, away from the illuminating gaze of introspection and the daunting task of change. It offers an enticing shelter, cloaked in illusions of security, while subtly stalling personal growth. When we point fingers outward, we delay facing our inner turmoil, deferring the discomfort that self-examination inevitably brings. Our minds, ever resourceful, adopt this as a natural defense, a way to protect the bruised ego and maintain the comfort of familiar patterns, no matter how destructive. Avoiding responsibility may blur the path to transformation, condemning us to stagnation. Yet, when we unravel blame's cocoon, the truth emerges. Blame is not a shelter, but a roadblock that hides untapped power beneath layers of self-deception. When its protective facade crumbles, we recognize its true nature, an obstruction to wisdom and growth. Our task becomes acknowledging its siren call, urging us to peer beyond the immediate sanctuary of our aversions. Blame is no new invention. It has been intricately woven through the tapestry of human society since the dawn of time. In the face of the unknown, ancient civilizations directed blame towards deities, nature, or rival tribes, crafting narratives to impose order on chaos. Instinctually, blame helped in survival, providing a framework to understand the unpredictable. It delineated social structures, reinforcing hierarchies and coherence. But now, in modern life, these archaic patterns serve more to tether than to protect us, illustrating the inherited vulnerabilities we must transcend. By perceiving blame's historical roots, we can begin to free ourselves from its chains, discovering autonomy within our journeys. Inextricably tied to this dynamic is the ego, the vigilant guard of our psyche. It defends against any threat to our self-image by eagerly assigning blame to others. In an act of preservation, we exonerate ourselves and shift the spotlight. Yet, these instinctive defenses, while safeguarding our self-esteem, obstruct our path to humility and enlightenment. Blame becomes the ego's favored tool, cementing itself as a habitual response. By uncovering the ego's intricate ties to blame, we open pathways for profound change. Once we acknowledge blame as an extension of the ego's fortress, we begin to recalibrate focus towards accountability. In sheltering under blame, an illusion of control develops, casting others as the architects of our dissatisfaction. Problems appear as external, dominating our senses and reinforcing self-deception while defying the reality of life's uncertainties. Thus, happiness and success seem tethered to forces beyond our influence. Yet, redirecting perception inward dissolves ignorance, unraveling the false narratives that relinquish responsibility. Personal growth through conscious awareness replaces the burdens of blame, freeing one to navigate life's unpredictable tides with a renewed sense of agency and ownership. Blame epitomizes an avoidance strategy par excellence, skillfully deflecting from the emotional labor required for deeper understanding. It shields insecurities, erects barriers between the conscious self and submerged vulnerabilities, and crafts an orderly facade to evade immediate pain. However, this momentary comfort compounds into long-term anguish. Challenging blame's camouflage presents discomfort not as an adversary, but as a catalyst for growth. Confronting shadows demands courage, unraveling ingrained habits and harnessing discomfort into wisdom. Each revelatory moment presents a decision to remain mired in escapism or to embrace the transformative realm of personal responsibility. Under the warmth of blame lies self-imposed blindness, delighting in denial and postponing accountability. This selective reality minimizes our role in life's conflicts, skewing narratives to amplify personal innocence. It is a cozy cocoon demanding little exertion, yet in truth, it entrenches stagnation, shielding us from internal scrutiny's requirements. Yet, in pursuing radical honesty, we awaken from this self-crafted illusion. Truth's light scatters deception, unveiling pathways to clarity and change. As blame loosens its grip, transformation takes root, offering liberation's sweet fruit. Ignorance's shelter pales against truth's liberating embrace, where courage reigns supreme, dispersing shadows that hide authenticity. Recognizing internal conflicts births clarity, dissolving blame's shackles. It is within discomfort's embrace that freedom resides. Diving into discord encourages growth, enabling emotional resilience to flourish by exposing hidden motivations. Untangling complex emotions reverberates with self-awareness, providing the fundamental foundation for lasting transformation. Shining truth on subconscious drivers unveils desire and fear's intricate cabal. This renewed awareness shifts perception, inviting a dynamic interplay of insight, defining our path to liberation, maturity, and harmonious self-exploration. Perceived injustice weaves blame into our lived experiences, crafting worldviews infused with inequity. Such perceptions grant blame safe harbor amidst unprocessed emotions, sparking righteous anger that clouds our sight. Injustice transforms isolated experiences into sustained narratives, birthing polarities that dissolve opportunities for reconciliation. Equitable understanding, however, dissipates the specter of inequality, softening rigid perspectives through dialogue, revealing shared truths shaping our realities. By unraveling division's grasp, we forge connections that nurture paths of understanding. Within shared human experiences, empathy emerges, guiding us away from self-righteousness and towards the subtleties of truth and justice. In the quest to liberate from blame, empathy and understanding are crucial keystones. They form the bridge to unravel shared human intricacies, fostering compassion over divisiveness. Empathy, sowing seeds of shared truth, disarms the ego, cultivating patience and presence. Understanding achieves deeper insight, disentangling blame's complex weave through authenticity and introspection. With empathy's embrace, blame's defenses collapse, ceasing self-definition by others' perceived failings. This sacred exchange nurtures internal peace, reshaping perceptions to hold space for transformation. Every moment of understanding breathes life into relations, emotional health, and transcends blame's constrictive narrative. Empathy's quiet journey, with its delicate luminescence, sustains us, weaving growth into the soul's fabric. Breaking the habit of blame requires cultivating new behaviors to supplant ingrained patterns. Accomplishing this transformation demands patience, self-awareness, and dedication, as blame's roots can run deep. This journey starts with mindful observation, of blame's emergence within thoughts, cultivating awareness to discern these old tendencies. By embracing opportunities for personal responsibility, we transform external struggles into introspective quests. Through such action, a steadfast chorus of self-awareness replaces blame, ushering in revitalized perspectives and dissolving old paradigms. Here, mindfully observing and reframing allows understanding to expand into unexplored terrains. Self-reflection offers profound insights, serving as a compass on this transformative journey. Through the lens of self-examination, blame's convenience loses its allure, encouraging balanced accountability in its stead. As this practice deepens, it becomes a sanctuary for growth's honest dance, cultivating honesty and humility. By consistently inviting discernment beyond superficial revelations, self-reflection fosters habits that maintain inner peace amidst chaos. Integrating introspective wisdom gradually fills blame's void. Practiced repeatedly, self-inquiry becomes intuitive, beckoning insight into every crevice of life, yielding solace and unlikely allies in understanding and patience. Acceptance becomes the key that unlocks responsibility's transformative power. By embracing one's role, we find empowerment and change through intention, shedding illogical expectations. Acceptance becomes a guiding principle, leading us toward genuine transformation, embodying wisdom that navigates the winding paths of emotion. Each embrace fosters knowledge, cultivating an intimate relationship with growth's intricacies beyond blame's oversimplifications. Responsibility guides our enduring pilgrimage towards understanding, holding gentle space for realizations within life's inherent fragility. In accepting this reality, we discover how intention's subtle strength propels our steps with empowered acceptance's grace. Accountability, rooted in clarity and sincerity, bears transformative potential that echoes beyond the individual's solitary efforts. Embracing each experience molds perspectives, fostering authenticity, resilience, and growth fueled by purpose. Within this embrace lies the quiet agency, venturing into blame's void, building paths for liberated potential to manifest. As accountability burgeons, collaboration flourishes, revealing suppressed truths and new possibilities. This dedication to personal evolution sows seeds for deeper connections, anchoring our journey. Harmony propels us forward, revealing wisdom's gentle melody intertwined in life's chorus. Seizing accountability dissipates blame's flaws, nurturing unlimited capacity for authentic existence. Adversity becomes an incubator for resilience's relentless growth, lighting the way from beneath blame's shadows. Enduring hardship begets wisdom, redefining failures as stepping stones, tempered by perseverance. Emerging beyond blame-nurtured limitations shapes the core of healing's journey, transforming obstacles into foundations for expansion. Resilience centers progress, guiding us through turbulence with composure and integrity. Heralding new chapters, resilience honors setbacks, effusing progression with undeterred courage. Facing adversities with fortitude, we discern the embedded lessons, trusting endurance's trials to illuminate paths for growth. Resilience is our faithful compass, guiding us through challenges with courageous grace. In blame's shadow, forgiveness withers, held captive by the relentless grasp of resentment. Blame denies us the relief of release, clinging to past wounds with iron will, prolonging unnecessary suffering. Unwillingness to forgive uncovers ongoing discontent, overshadowing healing pathways. This stagnant state leaves souls ensnared in discord by blame's unyielding weight. But by casting away blame, forgiveness unfurls its healing potential, cultivating empathy's space with open hearts and releasing shame-ridden narratives. Within forgiveness lies liberation, a gentle reminder that embracing humanity's frailty begets understanding and denies blame's inheritance. Welcoming compassion into relationships spurs growth and invites peace into places blame once reigned. Personal agency ignites growth, stepping into empowerment's center, dissolving blame's convenient habitats. Recognizing one's role within dilemmas invites decisions made with purpose, spirit progress unfurling into unexplored terrains. By fostering inner harmony, agency seeds an optimal balance between desires and reality, fostering intention-fueled transformation. As accountability's chorus resounds, liberation grants boundaries unbounded by previous constraints. Guided by newfound confidence, we traverse potential's terrain, embracing unknown legacies, mindful of transformation's generative power. Empowered by responsibility, life blooms anew when blame fades away and exploration beckons. Constructive self-talk emerges as an ally in dismantling blame, nurturing introspection's tender shift towards restoration. Self-encouragement cultivates congruence, fostering conscious alignment with growth, harnessing acceptance over anticipation. Reshaping self-dialogue bridges gaps between expectation and reality with accountability's seed. In this discourse, empowerment nurtures possibilities beyond past limitations, beckoning strength within vulnerability. As blame's echo subsides, internal landscapes eagerly transform, motivated by empathy's gentle resonance. Truth's promise begins within, spiraling into a reverberation of hope across each horizon. Conscious living beckons us from blame's trance, drawing us to the present's sacred unfolding. It encourages self-awareness, unearthing roots beneath habitual reactions while fostering external harmony. This heightened awareness forms an understanding, an interwoven connection between actions, thoughts, and results. Conscious living transforms separation into unity, bridging individual purpose into life's tapestry. Through mindful engagement, blame transforms into awareness, limitation into possibility. Embracing integrity within life's richness, we navigate guided by inner wisdom over blame's shadow. Conscious living anchors pathways illuminated by awareness, fueled by intention, exploring profound evolution. Blame and self-compassion wage conflict, one fixated on fault, obscuring forgiveness. In this contest, understanding flickers off stage, overshadowed by frustration's tenacity, but compassion transcends blame's trappings, inviting deeper sight. Unshackled judgments invite acceptance, and kindness clarifies blame's murky scenes. Within compassion's embrace, we perceive unity despite scars, nurturing potential with each thawed wound. As spring whispers through soft rain, so self-compassion melts blame, revealing authenticity clad in longing and fulfillment's interplay. In relationships, blame dismantles beneath vulnerability's essence, unlocking connections beyond judgment's facade. Embracing vulnerability entails genuine interaction, blooming comfort, and honesty beyond blame's constraints. In this compassionate expansion, authentic bonds transcend, forging bridges devoid of blame's constraints. Vulnerability fosters shared human connections, shifting perceptions into roots paved with empathy. As trust flourishes, division retreats, transforming encounters into mutual exchanges. Amid blame's release, vulnerability weaves relationships with wisdom and grace. Meditation anchors us in blame's release, inviting stillness amidst chaos. This contemplative practice nurtures self-awareness, dissolving notions of self and others into tranquility. By grounding awareness in presence, meditation shifts focus, unveiling insights previously obscured by reactive states. As practice deepens, blame dissipates, welcomed by acceptance and inner coherence. Meditative essence guides us into presence's embrace, harmonizing life's currents with serene empowerment. Serving as balm among blame's demise, meditation reveals truth, nurturing healing as entrenched patterns give way. Letting go dispels blame's burdens, unveiling freedoms bathed in liberation's glow. Clinging to grievances elongates suffering, while release empowers grace, patience, and fruition. Within this willingness to surrender lies a gateway to presence, fostering untamed exploration of identity. In conscious release, blame unwinds into flowing wisdom's current. Letting go manifests patience, wisdom, and grace, harboring renewed growth and compassion's roots amid life's unexpected landscapes. Impermanence invites liberation from blame, imploring the acceptance of life's fleeting nature. Resisting this truth shackles perceptions amid frustration and blame, while embracing impermanence mirrors profound wisdom. It harmonizes the natural ebb and flow, prompting evolution. Encompassing this acceptance unravels blame, encouraging relinquishment of rigid narratives to traverse expansive experiences. Embracing impermanence stokes clarity's flame into enlightenment, casting fear's tether aside to redefine challenge, growth, and potential amidst transformation's fluid grace. Radical ownership is more than a concept or a fleeting idea. It represents a profound shift in how we understand personal freedom. It's an ancient wisdom reborn, a sacred call to embrace the inherent power residing within us, a power often overshadowed by excuses and blame. In acknowledging this power, we transition from a life dictated by external forces to one guided by internal sovereignty. It's within this transition that the landscape of possibility unfolds, a vast expanse waiting to be explored. Here, we learn that the narratives shaped by our self-imposed limitations and ingrained fears can be rewritten. Liberation, we come to realize, doesn't stem from escaping our circumstances, but from altering our perspective towards them. This philosophy transcends mere intellectual exploration, inviting us to engage in the spiritual practice that thinkers like Epictetus and Jung championed. In its raw and illuminating light, radical ownership exposes the true essence of our choices, asking us to introspect deeply and thoughtfully. With introspection comes the revelation that our actions are driven by fallacies ingrained within us, the faulted beliefs and fears we carry unconsciously. Yet, as we journey through this landscape of self-discovery, a profound truth emerges. We are not mere victims floundering in the currents of fate. We are sovereign beings entrusted with the authority to steer the ship of destiny. In the echoes of scholars like Epictetus, we are reminded that true freedom is rooted in personal choice. His wisdom that it's not events themselves, but our responses to them, forms the bedrock of radical ownership. We learn to navigate existence as active participants rather than passive observers, discerning our desires and aversions, uncovering how entrenched habits influence our perceived reality. As we integrate these principles, a paradigm shift occurs. The external world morphs from a daunting threat into a neutral stage on which our narrative unfolds, infusing us with emotional resilience. The teachings of history, bathed in confidence and conviction, extend a guiding hand. We are the bridge, keeping ancient wisdom alive while charting modern chaos with grace. In the pursuit of agency, we discover liberation. Liberation not confined by social structures or perceptions of roles, but found in the intrinsic understanding of our own life narratives. Claiming agency dismisses passivity, engaging us with life's hurdles directly, viewing impediments as opportunities for self-discovery. The metamorphosis begins with one fundamental question: what can I control? By steering focus from external injustices to internal transformations, we foster an unshakable resilience. This mindset recasts obstacles as catalysts for growth, reclaiming our narrative from the grip of fate. In the quiet revolution against victimhood, rebellion finds its form, not as defiance against external oppressors, but as a steadfast commitment to authenticity. Yet within us lurk the shadows of excuses, those silent architects of stagnation. They exploit our fears, indulge our passivity, and leave us entangled in webs of self-imposed limitations. Through radical ownership, we confront these excuses, recognizing each as a relinquishment of our power. Embracing our failures as integral milestones in the journey ignites true growth. Though fraught with struggle, this path cultivates resilience, rooting us in authenticity rather than pretense. Reflection, a sanctuary for transformation, plays a vital role in this awakening. In the crucible of self-reflection, the interplay between actions and beliefs becomes apparent, casting light on subconscious patterns steering our lives. Reflection serves as a mirror, dispelling the fog of disillusionment, revealing our authentic selves. Through thoughtful contemplation, we recalibrate our inner compass and guide our decisions with deliberate clarity. In moments of self-awareness, the Gordian knot of inherited beliefs and conditioned responses begins to unravel, moving us toward liberation. Developing this habit enhances self-understanding, fostering a deep connection with both our inner and outer worlds. The mastery of our emotions takes center stage in this journey, pressing us to understand that while our feelings may be inevitable, how we respond to them remains under our control. Emotional mastery morphs knee-jerk reactions into prudent responses, granting us peace amid life's chaos. The endeavor to navigate emotions involves not suppression, but conscious choices rooted in reason. By owning our emotional landscape, we cease being puppets to circumstantial influences, drawing strength from the wisdom embedded in every response. Our identity plays a crucial role in shaping ownership. It dictates our capability and worthiness in seizing power over life's trajectory. By scrutinizing the narratives defining us, we challenge the notion of being mere victims, uncovering within us the spirit of participation in our reality's creation. This inquiry invites vulnerability, yet it is through questioning, redefinition, and sometimes dismantling ingrained beliefs that we emerge empowered. Consequently, a transformed identity redefines our worldview, resonating beyond ourselves, inspiring others toward their own paths of ownership. Each moment is imbued with choice, a powerful realization that reveals ownership as a pathway to freedom. Life's adversities present us with two options: abdication or empowerment, and radical ownership encourages the latter. By valuing choices, long-term implications over immediate gratifications, we shape not only our lives, but our legacies. This perspective on choice fosters resilience, liberating us from helplessness and victimhood, charting triumph not as defiance against oppressors, but as the echo of self-determination. Life teems with uncertainty, challenging our idea of ownership and thrusting us into realms unknown. Radical ownership thrives in this unpredictability, redefining uncertainty as a landscape rich with potential. By embracing it, fear morphs into curiosity, transforming the unknown into growth. In letting go of the need for certainty, we find peace amid chaos. Here, we reclaim ownership, letting life's unpredictables catalyze our evolution rather than hinder it. True freedom exists symbiotically with responsibility, a duality grounded in radical ownership. This recognition affirms that meaningful liberation aligns with a commitment to consequence-bearing actions. Striking this balance nurtures resilience and authenticity, inviting us to bear the outcomes gracefully while adapting nimbly. This dance intertwines authenticity and purpose, grounding our being in the liberation bestowed by responsibility. Impermanence colors life's canvas, imparting urgency to radical ownership. In acknowledging life's finite nature, we feel compelled to seize control. Each moment presents a fleeting opportunity, urging us toward deliberate engagement rather than passive drift. Accepting impermanence reaffirms ownership as a gift, guiding our journey toward authentic fulfillment. Failure, often burdened with shame, is re-examined through radical ownership, transforming into a wellspring of growth. Seen as a teacher, failure guides us along mastery's path, fostering adaptability, learning, and evolution. By embracing setbacks as lessons rather than indictments, limitation gives way to expansion, placing failure as a pivotal element in the journey toward ownership. Victimhood seduces, disguising powerlessness as escape from accountability. Entrapped within its hold, we relinquish inner power, projecting blame outward. Radical ownership demands we reclaim our narrative with compassion and determination. In releasing the victimhood mindset, we step courageously toward empowerment, igniting agency and self-determination. This liberation casts the scars of victimhood aside, embracing choices empowerment. In cultivating an abundance mindset, radical ownership unveils infinite potential. Viewing life through a lens of abundance transcends material wealth, fostering connection and fulfillment through presence. Mastering this mindset redefines success, inviting personal growth in place of comparison. Radical ownership invites us to embrace abundance, seizing control while nurturing a journey rich with opportunity. Forgiveness, often misunderstood, is pivotal in our journey. By forgiving ourselves and others, we dissolve resentment's chains, regaining power dissipated in grievances. Forgiveness invites introspection, prompting the excavation of emotional depths to foster healing and growth. Through forgiveness, radical ownership blossoms, nurturing an environment rich for transcendence, renewal, and personal sovereignty. Inner discipline, the foundation of ownership, empowers us to transcend external validation, making choices rooted in value and intention. Cultivating such discipline aligns actions with desires, propelling life into a harmonious symphony, resonant with authenticity. Radical ownership, entwined with discipline, propels us forward, illuminating a life-rich existence. Setting healthy boundaries is integral to ownership, marking the intersection of self-respect and worth. These boundaries delineate engagement, upholding our right to protect energy, time, and resources. As we embrace boundary setting, we reclaim power, fostering respect-rooted connections. Boundaries act not as barriers, but as bridges, enriching autonomy and inviting empowerment in our engagements. Courage ignites the journey toward ownership, urging us into the shadowed realms of fear to encounter authenticity. While fear remains, courage moves us forward, embracing vulnerability and daring exploration. Radical ownership asks us to transform fear into liberation, reimagining reality through courage's lens, a testament to self-determination's power. Purpose guides radical ownership, a North Star infusing life with resonance. Uncovering purpose invites introspection, questioning inherited narratives to realign the path. As we delve into meaning, authenticity, and alignment, ownership's journey thrives on the richness of intention, inviting potential into the realm of possibility. Radical ownership extends beyond the individual, permeating the collective. Embracing communal roles amplifies transformation and impact, harmonizing agency with community. This synthesis fosters societal reverberations of change, celebrating shared responsibilities duality. Personal sovereignty and collective narrative shine in mutual empowerment. Integrity rests at ownership's moral core, demanding value-aligned words and actions. By honoring integrity, we foster congruence, disengaging from facades and anchoring life in truth. Radical ownership, rooting in integrity, grounds transformation in authenticity, offering paths unburdened by pretense and embracing change's liberating nature. Ownership anchors itself in the present moment, embracing the eternal now that offers possibilities canvas. Engaging with presence liberates us from past regrets and future fears, immersing us in the purity of now. Inviting mindfulness, radical ownership transcends routine, crafting a graceful dance through fleeting and timeless existence. In conclusion, radical ownership reveals a ceaseless journey, one of learning, growth, and transformation. Embracing life as a dynamic tapestry woven from choice, intention, and reflection, ownership unveils untapped potential. This call to action beckons us to engage life with awareness, compassion, and duty. Paying homage to ancient wisdom and present possibility, radical ownership compels us to narrate our journey with authenticity, evolving as architects of destiny. In the dim corridors of our consciousness resides the shadow, an enigmatic aspect of self that Carl Jung unveiled as the culmination of attributes we've deemed unacceptable. Within its depths lie behaviors and desires that society or personal judgment has long banished to obscurity. Yet, tucked within these rejected fragments are the most profound revelations, whispering truths about who we are. Engaging with this shadow might seem like inviting chaos, but it's in those unlit corners of the psyche that our deepest insights dwell. To face the shadow is to stand unflinching before a mirror that knows no filters, revealing the authentic core of self that we spend so much time avoiding. The shadow journey is neither clear nor straightforward. It demands a fierce honesty and the strength to dismantle long-held beliefs about morality and identity. Many fear this awakening, concerned more for the order it disrupts rather than the clarity it brings. Yet, ignoring the shadow means rejecting crucial insights that could propel us to significant growth. When we comprehend and integrate these hidden dimensions, we arrive at a richer understanding of ourselves, one that fosters self-acceptance and peace. Our true essence isn't in the shiny veneer we present, but in the totality of our being, recognized and embraced. Venturing into the shadow requires rigorous honesty, tearing away masks that present an idealized self to the world. These masks insulate us from our shortcomings, yet they are flimsy barriers to true self-awareness. The shadow holds painful truths, aspects of our identity begging to be acknowledged. Recognizing them dismantles the illusions we present to ourselves and others. What we discover can be transformative, for to confront one's shadow is to honor the full complexity of existence and to embrace authenticity. The seemingly negative traits we bear, jealousy, anger, insecurity, are reflections of unmet needs and unhealed wounds. Acknowledgement begins the healing process. It's less about altering who we are and more about fully embracing our human nature. Acceptance isn't passive, but rooted in profound strength, turning the critical gaze inward with kindness. Every person dons a persona, shaped by all our visions of who we ought to be for societal acceptance. While this mask is functional, allowing us to fit into social and professional spaces, it also distances us from authenticity. Beneath this constructed layer hides the shadow, waiting patiently for its due recognition. Over-attachment to this mask alienates aspects of ourselves that require the most attention. Seeking perfection, we bury imperfections deep within, but the shadow doesn't vanish. It festers, influencing our thoughts and actions. Only by peeling away this mask can we integrate the shadow, reclaiming authenticity and inner harmony. The cost of suppressing the shadow is hefty. Dismissing these facets courts internal conflict, depleting emotional reserves, and often manifesting as anxiety or depression. Suppressing uncomfortable truths cedes them power, emerging in unexpected anger or fear. Our reluctance stems from discomfort, confronting aspects that shatter our ideal self-image. Yet, yielding to this fear amplifies chaos within. True liberation knows suppression is merely a diversion. Peace follows from reconciling and accepting all parts, turning inner conflict into harmony and paving the way for fulfilled being. Within fear lies guidance towards the areas necessitating exploration for growth. The shadow holds potential for transformation, though instinct drives us to flee. Embracing fear unveils profound insights, shifting its perception from obstacle to guide. By exploring fear's roots, dissecting its stories, we unearth truths under anxiety and unravel fear's hold. Fear then loses its control. It becomes less about fear itself and more about liberation through understanding. In engaging the shadow, fear transforms from hindrance to healer, breaking self-imposed chains. Acceptance is crucial to integrating the shadow. It isn't about condoning harmful traits, but confronting their existence and origins. Acceptance diminishes their power, unraveling the grip of shame, fostering a compassionate and non-judgmental sanctuary. In accepting the shadow, one weaves its truth into identity, achieving balance where the shadow no longer threatens but harmonizes, holding space for our full being, light and dark. We birth empathy, realizing all carry shadows, fostering compassion for others. Existential philosophy parallels the shadow, both exploring tensions between societal constraints and personal truth. Existentialists argue ignoring any self-aspect leads to inauthenticity. echoing shadow neglect consequences. Their authenticity journey embraces being's totality, including less savory parts. Incorporating existentialism with shadow understanding provides clarity for genuine living. Meaning in life is self-created, including shadow acceptance. It's within our power to confront, acknowledge, and integrate it, transforming shadow into a complementary existence layer and enriching the authenticity journey. Self-compassion offers healing where instinct might judge. Treating oneself with kindness as one would a dear friend creates safety for shadow recognition without retribution fear. Self-compassion acts as balm for open wounds, allowing past forgiveness and embracing of our human imperfection. It reframes self-blame as understanding, transforming shame into acceptance within a nurturing mindset. Here, healing finds its rightful place, integrating all aspects into a harmonious whole. Integrating the shadow extends into daily life. Shadow awareness enhances worldly interactions, fostering empathy and reducing judgment. Recognizing shadow-driven actions, moments of jealousy, flashes of anger, offers growth opportunities. Instead of impulsive reaction, encourage pause, reflection, and insight-bred response. Daily integration demands conscious effort, commitment to presence, and self-awareness. Practicing self-awareness, mindfulness, and reflection clarifies shadow triggers. Consistent practice widens gaps between reaction and response, allowing informed decisions over knee-jerk reactions. Mastering shadow interplay advances authenticity, crafting a life rich with awareness and intent. Embracing shadow delivers wholeness not derived from external validation, but rooted in understanding complete selfhood, desirable and undesirable together. Embracing wholeness dissolves the conflict between light and dark, accepting that perfection lies in full existence. Embrace. Shadow, once feared, becomes an ally guiding towards self-awareness and balance. Wholeness cultivates confidence and resilience, aiding challenges with equilibrium, born of self-knowledge, unlocking peace, not flawlessness, but broad enough to hold all-encompassed truths. Reflection and journaling become powerful allies. Articulating thoughts on paper externalizes the internal, providing clarity and perspective. Journaling confronts shadow directly, safely exploring origins, serving as a canvas for self-expression and untangling buried emotions. Regular reflection highlights patterns and growth points, making writing a ritual underscoring self-unity. Revisiting past entries reveals thought evolution, charting transformation towards authenticity and self-acceptance. Mythology provides archetypal stories mirroring shadow integration challenges. Heroic journeys and monster confrontations display universal shadow acceptance struggles. These myths share human experience, providing insight into balancing light and darkness. Reinterpreting myths as shadow work deepens appreciation for shadow's role in growth, illuminating timeless relevance in our lives. Dreams traverse into the subconscious, offering the shadow a roaming landscape. Dream analysis presents an unfiltered window into inner worlds. By journaling dreams and noting themes or recurrent symbols, their messages elucidate subconscious dynamics. Dreams echo shadow influences, aligning nighttime messages with daytime journeys toward awareness. Reflecting on dreams aligns with conscious integration, leading toward balance. The collective shadow surpasses personal, encapsulating societal and cultural influences. Prejudices, biases, and taboos reside here, shaping self-perception and interpersonal dynamics. Acknowledging the collective shadow requires active examination of societal norms and cultural bias with an open heart. Recognizing collective dynamics encourages challenging unjust paradigms. Shedding light on the collective shadow promotes an equitable world reflective of humanity's vibrant diversity. Within shadow lurks shame, eroding self-perception, halting growth. Yet, within darkness dwells empowerment's seed. Engaging with shame, questioning its origin, transforms it into resilience's foundation. Transforming shame into empowerment involves vulnerability, embracing imperfections, reclaiming narratives. Self-compassion and transparency diminish shame's grip, unveiling empowerment's foundation, fostering liberation and shared humanity. Change intimidates, yet beckons with potential. It demands reconciling with the shadow, transforming fear into transformative action. Change isn't singular, but continual, sculpted by choices on the evolving path. Courage to change acknowledges vulnerabilities, embracing evolution. It demands persistence through discomfort. Trusting each step reveals inner strength, redefining limitations and pursuing a purposeful life, honoring shadow's lessons in becoming. The shadow reveals contradictions' wisdom. Oppositional tensions invite exploration, unveiling complex truths. Accepting contradiction enriches understanding, encouraging balance over resolution. Contradiction embraces complexity, challenging rigid thought, inviting mutual truth, openness. Integrating contradictions enhances empathy, fostering growth. Recognizing light-shadow interplay is fundamental. Authentic connection blossoms by integrating shadow and self, forging honest interactions free of pretense. Openness invites reciprocation, nurturing deep, profound, transformative connections. Genuine connection liberates, offering acceptance, freedom. They inspire shared journey growth. Empathy and mutual understanding blossoms along authentic connections. The shadow's chaos often stalls inner peace pursuit. Fostering inner peace welcomes shadow with compassion, transforming turmoil to understanding. Meditation, mindfulness, and introspection create shadow welcoming spaces, allowing insights and harmony. Inner peace involves ritual creation, supporting presence and tranquility, returning stability against life's upheavals, transcending circumstances, rooted in self-comprehension's depth and life's interconnection. Forgiveness liberates us from resentment's chains. Releasing past grievances extends grace to self and others. This transformative act untangles shadow-bound retribution threads. Self-forgiveness acknowledges imperfection with compassion. Extending forgiveness to others acknowledges humanity's capacity for change. In forgiveness, healing occurs, opening paths unburdened by shadow pasts. Love bridges self's conscious unconscious, enabling shadow embrace. Healing internal divisions through kindness, love fosters acceptance and unity. Self-love empowers integration, balancing harmony. Love outstrips personal, shaping world interaction. Cultivating love as integral to existence weaves shadow-light dynamics, shaping life of compassion, connection, and authenticity. Nature offers self-reflection sanctuary, unjudgmental and wide open. Nature mirrors balance, displaying growth renewal cycles akin to personal journeys. Contemplation in nature fosters introspection, revealing life's interconnected facets, fostering harmonized shadow-light embrace. Storytelling delves into shadow exploration, accessing collective unconscious through narrative. Stories offer frameworks for understanding shadow integration. Engaging narratives reveal themes of recall, acknowledging archetypes, reflecting personal growth. As storytelling intertwines shadow with hero journey, it opens doors to wisdom and transformative opportunities. Shadow work transcends psychology, exploring spirituality and existential questions. The spiritual journey encourages self-transcendence and unity of personal universal realms. By embracing spirituality, consciousness expands, revealing life's interconnected fabric, uniting shadow in cosmic creation dance, weaving spiritual and self-integration threads. Finally, the shadow isn't a flaw, but a wisdom facet bringing depth. Wisdom within shadow enriches humanity, fostering authenticity and transformation. Integration creates a foundation for true living, merging light and dark into a complete experience, reflecting human potential's magnificence. Habits form the invisible tracks etched into the landscape of our lives. They are unseen, yet deeply embedded, guiding our daily actions and decisions, often without our conscious awareness. These tracks transcend mere routine. They are the physical manifestations of our deeply held beliefs and fears, beliefs of inadequacy, the clamor for control, and the yearning for comfort. When these paths are tread upon repeatedly, they engrave deep grooves, creating a natural course for our behavior to unfurl. Recognizing these grooves as impermanent, the result of countless repetitive choices, becomes essential in the journey of self-discovery and transformation. To recognize these patterns requires introspection of a profound kind. It means embracing the willingness to pause and observe oneself from a distance. We are driven to ask ourselves, why do these habits exist? And what purpose do they serve? Such inquiry often takes us to the uncomfortable boundaries, unveiling truths we may have kept hidden. Many habits develop as coping mechanisms, crutches we lean on to navigate life's uncertainties. Examining them unravels the deeper convictions these habits reveal, a process not of blame, but of understanding. The first step in dismantling the unseen tracks that dictate our life course. Routines shape existence, crafting a framework for our day-to-day endeavors. Within this architecture, every repetitive action is like a brick in the edifice of our existence. Initially, routines seem benign, offering comfort and predictability. However, beneath this tranquil surface lies a more intricate truth. Our routines express implicit beliefs, practical manifestations of what we deem crucial, what we fear, and what we cherish. By acknowledging and questioning routine, we begin dismantling the walls ensnaring us in certain behavioral patterns. Delving into routine architecture exposes the underlying intentions that shape habits. We start to understand how each choice is less about the act itself and more about the meaning and motivation it embodies. This realization demands a careful analysis of what each ritual aims to shield or perpetuate. Is it security, fear of failure, or perhaps a defense against vulnerability? Understanding these undercurrents allows us to reconstruct our routines to better align with our present values and authentic desires, ushering in practices nurturing growth instead of stagnation. The deceptive allure of comfort frequently entices us into reiterating habits that no longer serve our higher selves. Comfort, like a mirage, promises safety and satisfaction, yet often it conceals the broader potential for growth and transformation. In seeking comfort, we sometimes bind ourselves to the familiar, even when it hampers our progress and stifles our potential. Habits born from comfort are deeply ingrained, presenting a path of least resistance, a seemingly easier trail, evading the rocky terrain of introspection and change. Acknowledging that comfort is transient, yet seductive, is crucial in understanding our habits' origins. Investigation reveals how habits masquerading as comfort become covert enablers of stagnation and fear, preserving a status quo that obstructs personal evolution. As we challenge our notions of comfort, we can redefine it, not as a static state, but as a dynamic balance where discomfort becomes a gateway to deeper learning. By embracing discomfort, we dismantle the mirage and, in its place, cultivate a sanctuary where true comfort stems from alignment with our inner truth. At the heart of many habits lies the illusion of control, the belief that adhering to certain patterns grants us the ability to predict and manage life's outcomes. This belief, however, is often a veil shrouding fear, a reluctance to confront life's unpredictability. Clinging to habits provides a semblance of security, convincing us we maintain some dominion over life's chaos. Yet this fixation on control can ensnare us in loops that limit spontaneity and authentic experience. The paradox of control lies in its ability to extinguish the very freedom it strives to secure. While habits offer temporary solace, they simultaneously restrict our flexibility and hinder life's organic unfolding. Recognizing this is the inaugural step in liberating ourselves from habitual control shackles. By embracing uncertainty and moving fluidly with life's ebbs and flows, we redefine control not as a rigid practice, but as an adaptable mindset. In doing so, fear gives way to faith, leading us to regard uncertainty not as a threat, but a space of infinite potential. Fear plays a fundamental role in shaping habits, often driving us into repeating actions that create a false sense of security. Grappling with fear leads us into routines born of evasion rather than empowerment. Much like a drum's rhythm, these habits establish a pace dictated by avoidance, shaping a life firmly adhered to the familiar. Yet, in doing so, they ensnare us in a cycle where fear perpetuates itself through habit, resulting in a life fraught with limitations. Breaking this perpetual cycle requires confronting fears head-on, observing them without judgment. Understanding fear as a mentor instead of an adversary enables us to dismantle the habitual structures it fosters. By doing so, we pivot to resilience, drawing from the well of courage, the heart's quiet yet unwavering strength. This disruption not only transforms our relationship with fear, but also facilitates the emergence of new, purposeful habits, cultivating a life steered by courage rather than constricted by fear. Many habits serve as anchors of worthlessness, tethering us to beliefs of inherent inadequacy. These patterns are often self-sustaining, mirroring internal narratives that devalue our worth. The phenomenon of self-sabotage emanates from these beliefs, habits undermining potential and reinforcing cycles of perceived failure. Like any anchor, these habits tether us to negative self-assessment, impeding growth and transformation. Acknowledging these anchors begins with a compassionate inventory of self-talk and behaviors. Identifying these patterns allows for narrative reshaping around self-worth. It involves cultivating habits, affirming inherent value rather than detracting from it. This transformation is not instantaneous, but unfolds as a gentle unraveling and reweaving of belief. Through consistent practice and self-kindness, we can lift these anchors, allowing ourselves the freedom to sail toward possibilities once obscured by shadows of doubt. Perfectionism casts a long shadow, shaping habits that tether us to unrealistic standards. This relentless pursuit of flawlessness crystallizes into habits marked by overwork and self-criticism. At its core, perfectionism is rooted in the fear of inadequacy, believing worth validation is contingent on achieving perfection. Within this shadow lie habits bolstering this distortion: endless revisions of work, self-imposed unyielding pressure, and chronic hesitancy in risk-taking due to fear of failure. Identifying perfectionism and its habitual allies calls for sincere introspection. We must first acknowledge perfection as an unattainable ideal, a mirage distancing us from authentic living. Recognizing imperfection as inherent to the human condition liberates us from overbearing expectations, stifling spontaneity and creativity. As these shadowy corners illuminate, new habits can be fostered. Practices like self-compassion, mindfulness, and embracing failures as learning experiences replace outdated patterns, gradually shifting our inner landscape to one where authenticity thrives over artificial perfection. Rituals of self-sabotage are rooted in habits curtailing progress and undermining self-worth. Often unconscious, these rites are mechanisms safeguarding us from perceived risks or failures, preserving a sense of security. However, rather than protecting us, they constrict our lives and limit potential. Self-sabotage manifests in various forms, from procrastination to negative self-talk, each entwined with fear and doubt, stealing the potential for thriving and fulfillment. To dismantle these rites, we must consciously observe habits endorsing self-sabotage and challenge the underlying narratives. Recognizing these patterns becomes a doorway to choice and change. By reconfiguring these habits through intentionality and self-awareness, we establish new practices that foster growth and empowerment. Through patience and persistence, we replace self-sabotage with rituals of nourishment and vitality, weaving strength from once unhelpful past threads while learning not where they falter, but where they allow us to thrive. Detachment is often misunderstood as indifference, yet it signifies profound liberation from attachments binding our habits to outdated beliefs. Detachment is the art of observing patterns without ensnarement. Cultivating detachment allows us to witness habits with open curiosity, creating space for questioning, exploration, and transformation. This art relies on understanding that habits do not define us. They are expressions of past choices. Practicing detachment involves embracing life's fluidity, enabling beliefs and habits to evolve with present needs rather than clinging to past comforts. It requires gentle surrender to existence, acknowledging that relinquishing control encourages new insights and growth. Through detachment, we gain the capacity for perspective shifts, viewing habits as dynamic expressions rather than rigid scripts. Detachment becomes a dance between holding on and letting go, granting the flexibility to rewrite our stories with intention and integrity, sparking transformation through mindfulness rather than rigidity. Rituals of realignment encourage constructing habits resonating with innermost truths and values. These rituals are sacred acts of tuning into our authentic selves, discerning habitual patterns, and consciously choosing those supporting our highest aspirations. In contrast to mindless repetition Often characterizing habits, these rituals are enlivened by meaningful engagement with the present moment and intentional embodiment of values. To establish conscious rituals, we must engage in self-reflection to discern essentials. Are current habits aligned with core values, or are they vestiges of a past no longer serving us? By consciously creating daily practices, whether through meditation, gratitude, or creative expression, we reclaim agency and realign actions with our current truth. These rituals are not static, but evolve and flow, inviting us to engage with life intentionally, aligned with emerging self-awareness and growth. The interplay between habit and choice is the junction where transformation occurs. Habits, ingrained in life's fabric, often operate autonomously from conscious decision-making. Yet within the mundane cadence of habit lies freedom, the capacity to choose anew. Choice ignites change, challenging entrenched patterns and revealing uncharted paths. When intentional choice merges with awareness, it becomes a catalyst for profound transformation. Engaging with this dance involves cultivating mindfulness and openness to experimentation. Acceptance, rather than resistance, empowers us to approach habits with compassion, understanding each routine meets a need that may not persist. Through embedding choice in routine, we dissolve the dichotomy between automatic and deliberate, bridging them through mindful inquiry and informed action. Anchoring choices in awareness, habits emerge from intention's wellspring, unearthing transformation through natural evolution rather than forced change. Observation serves as the transformative catalyst in shifting from habit to conscious action. With calm, curious minds, we stand as behavior observers, stepping out of cycles into mindful engagement. Observation fosters awareness, bridging the gap between unconscious habit and conscious choice. It allows seeing beyond action surfaces, understanding motivations and origins, discerning where habits align or diverge from desired paths. Through keen observation, the underlying beliefs steering actions unearth. This understanding encourages unattached curiosity over self-criticism, fostering compassionate transformation. Observing ourselves ignites transformation's spark. At observation's point, change finds fertile ground as awareness ripens into insight, blossoming into transformation. Being both observer and observed, we relinquish judgment, opening hearts to conscious evolution journeys. Within habits lie self-discovery seeds, bearing witness to quietly held beliefs and values. These habits are silent expressions of inner landscapes, veering actions and attitudes. Through examination, they become fertile ground for self-exploration, roots extending into subconscious soil. Planting new habits becomes nurturing these seeds, cultivating growth, inviting insights and revelations. Seed planting practice encourages introspection, uncovering complex tapestries of desires and fears habits represent. Each decision altering or maintaining a habit signals a deeper choice. What kind of life do we wish to manifest? Through thoughtful examination and intentional planting, inner landscapes reshape. This journey is tender and transformative, unveiling buried truths, illuminating authentic growth paths. Tending these seeds with patience and compassion yields a garden of wonder that nourishes the soul. Transformation is often perceived as monumental, necessitating grand gestures and sweeping changes. Yet, the small, subtle shifts in daily habits harness true potential for change. These shifts are quiet accumulations of intention and awareness reverberating throughout life, nurturing a ripple effect of evolution. Small adjustments, whether in daily beginnings, challenge responses, or relationship nurturings, become profound transformation bedrocks. The power of small shifts lies in their accessibility and sustainability, allowing gradual yet impactful change. By embracing and celebrating incremental movements, we honor progress and each step it represents. This requires embracing patience and moderation, understanding that progress's perceived slowness steadily paves a path of enduring transformation. These shifts, like gentle river currents, reshape life's contours, guiding us toward more aligned and fulfilling flows. Judgment, both of oneself and others, intricately weaves into habit's fabric, often blinding alternate paths or possibilities. These judgments stem from deeply embedded beliefs and perceptions, reinforcing behavior cycles, obstructing growth and discovery. To unravel judgment threads, we engage in radical compassion, offering understanding to every self and others aspect, transcending past experiences' constrictive labels. Unraveling requires the conscious choice of observing with neutrality and understanding over criticism. Cultivating loving acceptance of all character aspects acknowledges each habit's origin as a response to perceived needs or circumstances. Softening judgment's grip opens new perception and decision possibilities. Unraveling judgment liberates us to choose freely, rewriting narratives and forming habits serving our highest aspirations and truths. The grace of imperfection is an acceptance that we are inherently flawed yet whole. It acknowledges habits as imperfect expressions of fulfillment and understanding pursuits. Embracing imperfection liberates us from rigid expectations, inviting compassionate and open habitual pattern views. Within this recognition lies grace potential, a serene understanding that imperfection bridges authenticity and growth. Embracing imperfection allows appreciating beauty in life's unpredictable and uneven moments. Habits, devoid of inadequacy stigmas, become learning and transformation opportunities. Imperfection acceptance involves discarding perfect living's unattainable mantle, welcoming human, authentic messiness. This acceptance fosters profound liberation, enabling habit unpacking, not with harsh scrutiny, but with loving awareness, engaging in the continuous being and becoming dance. Reflection is a sacred ritual, an oasis where awareness and introspection converge. These rituals serve as sanctuaries, engaging deeply with habits, examining beliefs shaping them. Reflection is gentle, nurturing, inviting pauses to ponder, glean insights from daily patterns. In quiet contemplation moments, clarity threads grasped, understanding paths trespassing or blocking wholeness. Through reflection rituals, deeper self and world awareness cultivate. Practices like journaling, meditation, or nature walks become fertile, conscious choice and transformation grounds. Reflection rituals offer disciplined yet tender entanglements from automatic habit currents, allowing insight-guided action. Reflection becomes powerful ally, illuminating inner world's landscapes, inspiring habit cultivation aligned with true nature and aspirations. Surrendering the familiar is fortitude, requiring courage to release grips on non-serving evolution habits. While comfortable, the familiar often restricts growth and possibility. Surrendering anchors invites renewal and transformation, clearing space for potential's emergence. Surrender becomes a conscious, trusting, unknown embrace act, relinquishing certainty attachment. This process entails trusting alliance cultivating faith in unfolding paths, even uncharted territory leading ones. By surrendering familiar yet limiting habits, insights in discomfort and uncertainty reveal. Embracing surrender transcends fear, embracing spontaneity and creativity. This liberation writes new narratives, a fluid script evolving in life's currents harmony, carrying towards authentic growth and fulfillment beyond familiar constraints. Adaptation is alchemic transmutation of old habits into new affirmation practices. This transformation is resilience, creativity, and acceptance, dynamic interplay, embracing life fluidity with open hearts and minds. Adaptation is not mere change, but conscious evolution, blending old wisdom with new insight, crafting habits with deepest truths. Empowerment finds empowerment not in control, but flexibility and receptivity. Adaptation alchemy encourages life's ebbs and surges flow, permitting habits to evolve with shifting circumstances and inner landscapes. This requires surrender and trust, openness to questioning old beliefs and embracing unfamiliar perspectives. Within adaptive spaces, habits reborn, interwoven with intention and intuition. Adaptive transformation embodies spirit resilience, inviting habit, reshaping, resonating with emerging narratives and dreams. Breathing presence into routine is the art of conscious living each moment, illuminating unnoticed habitual patterns. By weaving presence through day-to-day tasks, routine transforms into ritual, infusing ordinary with awareness and mindfulness. Presence dissolves habitual action and conscious choice boundaries. Acting from presence places over automatism. It empowers reclaiming life's sovereignty, infusing each moment with clarity and intention. To breathe presence into routine, mindfulness, gentle yet profound here and now awareness cultivates. By redirecting attention and engaging fully with actions, observation, and insight, spaces creation occurs. Each task, mundane to extraordinary, becomes mindful engagement opportunities. This practice enriches experiences, transforming routine into spiritual practice, fostering present moment connection and unveiling sacredness within life's ordinary fabric. The liberation of choice is profound freedom, acknowledging and exercising ability to choose anew. Awareness empowered, choice dissolves, habit chains, granting destiny shapes, intention and wisdom, liberty. Choice empowers, breathing new life into established patterns, inviting exploration of unseen realms. With choice comes accountability, acknowledging control, relinquishment, circumstance response. Choice remains. Liberation demands courage and trust, navigating unknown willingness, past decisions, inertia, defiance. Conscious creators realize choice isn't endpoint, but exploration and cultivation ongoing journey. This freedom transforms narrative from victimhood to agency, empowering authenticity-rooted paths that are forging aligned with highest aspirations. In choosing, not once, but continuously, personal evolution essence embodies growth beyond bounds. In the dance of habit and transformation, self-compassion serves as anchor and sail. It is the softness surrounding us as old patterns, complex terrain navigates, offering judgment over kindness and haste over patience. Self-compassion tenderly holds reflection and change space, acknowledging imperfections and potential. It reminds habits' malleability, ripe for transformation, not through force, but grace. Self-compassion, cultivation acknowledges humanity, embracing missteps sans blame or shame. It nurtures new habit planting, encouraging each step's understanding and forgiveness approach. Transformation struggle morphs into opportunity, reinforcing transformation as journey, not destination belief. With self-compassion, change navigates gentleness and wisdom, fostering authentic growth, patient unfolds environment. Embracing the now invites residing in present immediacy, where transformation seeds find fertile ground. This embrace disentangles past patterns and future anxieties, anchoring us in this moment, the changeable one. The now represents space where habit messages reveal, inviting curiosity and compassion over judgment and resistance. Immersion in the present opens endless life, potential receptivity, becoming attuned to quiet wisdom within each breath. Embracing the now facilitates deeper awareness of habit servitude or truest aspirations, hindrance, empowering intention and clarity, action reshaping. Mindfulness and presence navigate life with openness and curiosity, embracing present wonders and charting transformation course. Each mindful step contributing to evolving consciousness, profound dance. Transformation isn't a solitary note, but a symphony of shifts, harmoniously interweaving moments into continuous change compositions. This symphony encompasses self-discovery melodies, conscious choice rhythms, and presence harmonies. Each insight note, each decisive action crescendo, is awareness and intentional practice blend, ushering fully realized self-emergence, resounding with authenticity and depth. Acknowledging every transformation notes beauty embeds, urges continual habit and belief refinements. By tuning into this symphony, evolutionary dance embrace ensues, championing ceaseless habit and beliefs, evolution towards authentic existence. Crescendo. In the quiet valleys of the human soul lies a profound paradox, the presence of both tempest and haven. Our inner world is a complex tapestry where chaos and calm coexist, teaching us that personal growth often demands embracing these dichotomies. The storm within symbolizes our chaotic emotions, unbridled impulses, and the tumult we sometimes project onto the external world. These are the vulnerabilities and unchecked desires that churn within us, shaping the landscapes of our experiences. Acknowledging that we are, in part, the architects of this turmoil becomes an intimate introduction to our true potential. Yet alongside the roar of our internal storms, we possess the ability to nurture a sanctuary within, a refuge from our own creation. This duality invites us to stand in recognition of our intrinsic power to summon both upheaval and repose. The calm and clarity we seek are not gifts bestowed upon us by external forces, but creations of our own hands, familiar with their crafting. By accepting our inherent nature as both sources of chaos and harbingers of resolution, we unlock the profound truth that the battlefields of our lives are internal, as are the victories waiting to be claimed. This acceptance becomes the fertile ground from which transformative seeds of personal evolution finally germinate. In our daily lives, chaos often masquerades as a consequence of external pressures, conflicts with others, unforeseen obstacles, and failures seemingly beyond our grasp. However, deeper introspection reveals that many of these disturbances find their origins within. Our actions, responses, often driven by fear or conditioned by past hurts, create ripples that evolve into storms. By identifying these internal patterns, we unmask our own contributions to the chaos, marking a critical step in reclaiming the narrative of our lives. Owning up to our roles in creating these storms demands a courageous honesty, a willingness to examine the cycles we perpetuate and confront the uncomfortable truths about ourselves. In acknowledging the tendencies to construct narratives that reinforce limiting beliefs, we unlock the potential to transform chaos into insight. With each moment of self-awareness, we graduate from unwitting architects of our turmoil to conscious creators of peace, both within and around us. This shift from chaos to calm requires the cultivation of inner resilience, a process rooted in vulnerability, not weakness. By opening ourselves to experience our fears and anxieties, we enhance our capacity to embrace life's challenges with calm acceptance, transforming potential breakdowns into breakthroughs. Amid life's tempests, the path to stability may take shape as an elusive ideal, yet it lies within our grasp to become the eye of our personal storms. Building internal stability is not synonymous with the absence of struggle, but signifies a cultivated strength that enables us to navigate the storms of life with grace and equanimity. Vulnerability and openness to our own emotional landscapes become the reinforced walls of the shelter we build, weathering the relentless trials of existence. As we nurture a deeper sense of self-awareness, the protective boundaries of this sanctuary manifest as a refuge from the chaos outside. Central to this transformation is embracing personal responsibility, the bridge between chaos and calm. This aspect of taking ownership of our emotions and actions empowers a spirit of resilience within us, allowing us to mold the narratives of our lives consciously. In relinquishing the tendency to cast blame outward, we adopt a rallying cry for self-improvement, grounded in the enduring principles of Stoicism, which emphasize control over internal states despite life's external vicissitudes. In the quiet spaces of our existence, our thought patterns act as conduits of chaos and calm. The subconscious scripts we adhere to wield power over the realities we cultivate. When left unchecked, destructive thought patterns stir inner turmoil, spawning emotional turbulence and stagnation. Yet, by choosing to rewire these thinking patterns, we train ourselves to operate from a state of clarity and compassion, transforming ongoing discord into harmonious balance. Mindfulness meditation and cognitive restructuring become powerful allies in this endeavor, allowing us to direct thought processes away from self-destructive tendencies. As we practice these disciplines, we gain adeptness at navigating the daily storms with poise. The art of mastering one's thoughts becomes a masterpiece of personal growth, redirecting both external chaos and the internal shelter we create. Integral to this journey of self-discovery is the cultivation of emotional intelligence. By developing this capacity, we learn to navigate turbulent emotional waters with sensitivity and grace. Emotional intelligence enables us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, clearing spaces once occupied by emotional upheaval and replacing them with clarity. This skill, while not intrinsic, is nurtured through patient observation of our emotional landscapes, recognizing emotions as fleeting visitors with lessons to impart. As we delve into the practice of aligning our actions with deeper meaning, we discover an anchor amidst chaos, a purpose that endows us with direction in even the stormiest weather. Purpose becomes a steadfast North Star, guiding us beyond immediate disturbances. It is a compass attuned to the experiences and choices that define us, keeping us steady on our paths and reducing chaotic patterns to mere vessels of transformative energy. Through the lens of introspection, we map the inner landscapes of our storms and shelters. This process, an act of bravery, invites us to confront motivations, fears, and yearnings previously hidden in shadows. In turning inward, we distill the essence of our psyche, clearing away the turbulent energy to make way for an insightful calm. These moments of reflection serve as linchpins of personal evolution, as introspection leads us to responsive, not reactive, understandings of ourselves. At the heart of this transformation lies resilience, a strength honed through adversity. Facing trials with openness and vulnerability catalyzes our growth, turning perceived limitations into stepping stones of profound transformation and self-assuredness. Adversity not only reveals inherent strengths, but also kindles resilience, emerging wiser and fortified after every trial faced settles within us as knowledge and understanding. Acceptance stands at the gateway of peace amidst chaos, inviting us to release control over the uncontrollable and embrace life's impermanence. By acknowledging reality as it unfolds, we unlock serenity, diminishing the power of our inner storms. In relinquishing the need to control every aspect of our lives, we extend an invitation to let transformation occur naturally, welcoming calm into the spaces once overshadowed by resistance. Within this journey of self-ownership lies the paradox of control and freedom. Accepting the limitations of our control without abdicating ownership of our choices reveals the profound truth of real liberation. This acceptance enables us to remain harmonious amidst life's dichotomies, balancing structured action with spontaneous experience. In embracing the richness of duality, we find quiet power in reconciling contradictions. Mindfulness extends its timeless invitation to engage with both storms and shelters without judgment. As we anchor ourselves in the present moment, we cultivate spaces for stillness amid life's dynamic symphony. This practice, rooted in observing without clinging, fosters an atmosphere of calm, granting us the ability to navigate life's storms with refined attention and presence, opening us to dynamic experiences that reveal deeper truths. In the swirling tempests of fear and anxiety reside opportunities for conscious navigation. Confronting these internal storms allows us to reclaim agency over our emotional responses, transforming fear's grip into clarity and understanding. As courage invites us to face our anxieties with intent, we find strength in vulnerability, paving pathways toward awareness and reclaiming control over our trajectory. Amid the chaos, intuition becomes an untapped reservoir of inner wisdom, a guiding compass that connects us to the truths residing at our core. This subtle knowing operates beyond reason, whispering guidance amid the din of external noise. By trusting our intuition, we align with our authentic selves, granting us insight and direction when logical frameworks falter. Among the many transformative tools available, forgiveness holds the power to dismantle internal storms born of past grievances. By extending forgiveness to ourselves and others, we liberate ourselves from psychic burdens, embracing imperfection as integral parts of our journey. Forgiveness cultivates openness, turning chaos into calm and transmuting resentment into serenity, inviting healing and renewal into our lives. Central to this journey is learning the art of letting go, a dynamic process of releasing attachment to outcomes beyond our control. Letting go invites energy to align with creative emergence, transforming frantic reaches into moments of renewal and creation. In surrender, we align with life's natural ebb and flow, cultivating stillness and inviting harmonious experiences to unfold naturally within our lives. Facing change with courage becomes a transformative force, an invitation to reimagine self through growth and adaptation. By embracing change as an opportunity for meaningful evolution, we dismantle chaos's hold, stepping into uncharted realms with open-hearted curiosity and embracing potential in its dynamic emergence. As we journey through life's trials, grounding rituals offer steadfast companions, anchoring us within our inner sanctuary. These practices elevate ordinary actions into sacred moments, inviting stillness amid life's cacophony and fortifying resilience. As we partake in these rituals, we forge connections with our core selves, cultivating deep-rooted clarity and poise through mindfulness and presence. The practice of gratitude becomes the alchemy that transforms isolation into abundance, guiding us to focus on moments of peace and appreciation within and beyond ourselves. By shifting our perspective from scarcity to abundance, gratitude enhances inner tranquility, harmonizing presence with life's continuing currents. Creative expression offers a transformative sanctuary for chaos's artistic resonance. Through art's myriad forms, we articulate complexities beyond language, nurturing a safe harbor for the expression of emotions and experiences that defy words. Each creative act becomes a dialogue between our storm and shelter, a process of transmutation that unveils beauty. Within each of us, a sanctuary forms, a safe harbor crafted with care and intention, offering refuge from life's tempestuous patterns. This inner sanctuary is nurtured through practices such as mindfulness, meditation, and self-compassion, creating a haven where stillness is invited to reside within us. As we fortify our sanctuaries, we cultivate connections with our strengths, transforming disruptions into opportunities for reflection and regeneration. In the face of life's storms, love and connection emerge as steadfast anchors. Authentic relationships grounded in empathy and compassion nurture the heart and support us through adversity. These connections create sacred havens where shared trials become sources of strength. As we honor the storm within and the sanctuary of shared humanity, we become conduits of love, fostering compassion and reconciliation. Amid life's whirlwind, wisdom surfaces through stillness, an illuminating clarity that guides us with grounded grace. Embracing stillness taps ancient wells of insight, accessible through present awareness and quiet reflection. As we intertwine stillness with our being, we cultivate moments of tranquility, allowing truths to emerge naturally as balance is restored. Transformation resides as a continuous evolution, an invitation to reimagine the self amid growth's momentum. Life's storms act as catalytic forces that inspire self-redefinition, shedding outgrown layers and weaving new narratives from past lessons. Embracing both light and shadow aspects of self, we create the space to nurture emerging identities, integrating the past with the vision of our expanding selves. Through personal responsibility, chaos subsides as conscious ownership of our role in life's unfolding emerges. This journey of realizing strength beneath habitual patterns, of owning both storm-making tendencies and the shelters we craft, cultivates profound transformation. As stewards of our own journey, we orchestrate a symphony of conscious experience, nurturing harmony within ourselves and fostering purposeful alignment with life's embrace. Suffering profound and inevitable facet of the human condition, is often endured without a guiding light. Many drift within its confines, trapped in continuous loops of unexamined pain. To suffer without gaining insight is to remain tethered to agony, but a thoughtful journey through suffering can unlock transformative wisdom. Within this chapter, we seek to unravel the secret language of suffering, to explore how conscious reflection and openness can transmute pain into a deeper understanding of ourselves and the enigmas of life. In the pursuit of this metamorphosis, the first step lies in nurturing awareness. When pain is left unexamined, it lingers like a shadow, breeding discontent and inertia. To shift this paradigm, one must pause amidst the chaos and listen to the hushed revelations that suffering brings. As we embark upon this exploration, we will guide you gently through the maze of suffering, teaching how to pierce through its veil and embrace the gifts it conceals. Suffering presents itself in myriad forms: betrayal, loneliness, grief, each distinct, yet bonded by their ability to disrupt our inner serenity and challenge our self-concept. Despite this, understanding suffering's nature is crucial to navigating its treacherous paths. Humanity's instinct leans towards the pursuit of pleasure and the evasion of pain, yet the duality inherent in life ensures that suffering is inescapable. Throughout the annals of history, philosophers and mystics have contemplated suffering's role. They saw it not as a mere affliction, but as a transformative teacher, leading us towards revelations about our deepest fears and desires. By peeling back the layers of our suffering, we meet truths that allow us to transcend the very barriers we erect. Friedrich Nietzsche offers a robust philosophical perspective, echoing that to live is to suffer, to survive is to find meaning in the suffering. His existential insights remind us that suffering, when stripped of purpose, debilitates. Yet, when infused with understanding, it becomes a powerful force for empowerment. Nietzsche urges us to view suffering as a fundamental part of existence, suggesting that by embracing it, we forge a more resilient self. Through the embrace of suffering, Nietzsche believed we could unlock our greatest potential. Confronting our burdens demands a steadfast courage and fosters strength and character. This existential stance challenges us to reinterpret our trials not as condemnations to be endured, but as opportunities for growth. In our encounters with suffering, we draft a map for navigating life's turbulent waters with renewed wisdom. The Buddha's teachings provide another perspective, illustrating that while life is inherently suffering, liberation from it is accessible through the Eightfold Path. This path champions mindfulness and conscious living as keys to breaking the cycles of pain. Buddhism, in presenting suffering not as punishment, but as a natural element of existence, proposes that enlightenment surfaces when suffering is thoroughly understood. This teaching centers around the concept of attachment, the clinging to impermanent realities as a core source of suffering. By learning to release attachments and embrace the principle of impermanence, we unlock a doorway to freedom from suffering's shackles. Mindfulness draws our focus inward, cultivating compassion and awareness, which in turn allows us to transform pain into insight and liberation. Reflection acts as a gentle turning inward, a necessary step in discerning wisdom hidden within our trials. It mirrors the soul, prompting an insightful inquiry into our emotions and thoughts emerging amidst suffering. Reflection has the power to transmute raw wounds into catalysts for personal development, helping us glean clarity and understanding. By nurturing a reflective mindset, we pivot from passive enduring to active learning through our suffering. We pose invaluable questions. What lessons does this pain impart? In what ways do I stand to grow? Reflection pushes beyond immediate hurt, allowing suffering to pass through a crucible where its deeper wisdom and potential take form. Awareness serves as the precursor to transformative change. In casting the light of awareness upon our suffering, we free ourselves from the cyclical clutches of automatic reactions, creating pathways for conscious choice. This awareness enables an unfiltered observation of our pain without judgment, thereby cultivating a space for insight and understanding to blossom. With heightened awareness, we foster an attitude rich in curiosity and openness. We begin revealing patterns, triggers, and narratives perpetuating our suffering, uncovering hidden aspects of our soul. In doing so, we tackle and heal the wounds that lie at the heart of our anguish. The journey of emotional alchemy is one of transmuting raw emotion into states of greater enlightenment. It demands a considerate acceptance and embrace of our suffering, transforming it into fuel for personal evolution and wisdom. Through this journey, we transition from perceived helplessness to one of authoritative resilience and creativity. Emotional alchemy requires patience and the slow but steady unraveling of the psyche. Pain does not vanish overnight, and wisdom does not arrive unbidden. It compels a dedication to introspection and a dissolution of ego-based desires, urging us to accept our suffering and gradually transcend it, crafting a life of genuine meaning. Stories serve as ancient vessels brimming with accumulated insights. By engaging with narratives of suffering and redemption, we glimpse reflections of our unique journey. Within these tales resides solace and guidance, affirming our common humanity in the struggle and triumph against life's ordeals. In examining others' stories, we discover new perspectives on our suffering. These narratives divulge universal truths and common threads that tie each person to a shared human experience. Stories, reminding us of suffering's omnipresence, bridge our understanding from isolation to empathy, rewriting pain into wisdom. Solitude offers the sacred space for confronting the core of our suffering. Alone, we are unshackled from distraction and able to dive deeply into our thoughts. In this serene, contemplative environment, insights materialize with the elegance of their own accord, free and uncontrived. In solitude, we nurture a newfound camaraderie with ourselves and our suffering, cultivating intimacy that blooms self-compassion and acceptance. Within these quiet moments, the harsh grip of suffering lessens, allowing insight and revelation to emerge as budding conduits of deep personal healing. Through experiencing suffering with resilience, we lay the foundations of an inner sanctuary, a wise, protective stronghold built upon grace and dignity. Resilience is not the absence of suffering, but cultivation of the capabilities to move through hardships, learning to rest and restore in our inner sanctum of courage, which alone sustains us. Such resilience is grown through the nurturing of self-awareness and fortitude. It demands a recognition of our vulnerabilities and an active decision to confront them. As we build this resilience, we equip ourselves with the capacity to endure without becoming enveloped by suffering. To practice self-compassion is to tenderly administer balm to the soul, By offering ourselves kindness amid pain, we establish a nurturing bed for growth. Self-compassion dispels the cruelest voice of inner criticism, replacing it with the warmth of encouragement and a forgiving understanding. Within the embrace of self-compassion, acceptance of our imperfections transforms suffering from adversity into opportunity. This change paves the way for personal growth and the flourishing of insight. With grace, self-compassion becomes the catalyst for turning suffering into one of self-embrace and groundbreaking wisdom. Forgiveness emerges as the path to liberation from the bonds of suffering. Clinging to anger and resentment forges chains, stripping suffering of its potential to evolve into something greater. By forgiving both ourselves and others, we release these chains, cultivating a freedom that enlightens and redeems. Forgiveness is an act of profound courage, inviting the acknowledgement of pain and choosing to lay it aside. This act initiates a dismantling of suffering's grip, enabling it to transform from a burden to a vessel of wisdom and renewed peace. Attempts to control the uncontrollable spark much of our suffering. Mesmerized by an illusion of control, we attempt to navigate life's ever-changing tides, leading only to frustration when met with its unyielding waywardness. Acceptance breaks the illusion, guiding us to relinquish the desire for control and discover peace in the present moment. Acceptance compels us to flow harmoniously with life's natural undulations. This harmonious surrender is not defeat, but a courageous dance with reality, allowing suffering's stinging presence to soften into an insightful opportunity for compassion, wisdom, and growth. Mindfulness, through the art of presence, invites us into the present, moment by moment. In practicing mindfulness, we observe suffering without becoming ensnared within its confines. This cultivated detachment offers clarity, allowing the exploration of suffering's latent wisdom to unfold. Living with mindfulness carves out the space where suffering and our response to it can diverge. In this space lies the heart of transformation. It bestows empowerment, fostering conscious engagement with pain and unraveling its mysteries into lifelong lessons. The stories we craft through inner dialogue play pivotal roles in defining our suffering. These narratives may perpetuate or alleviate our pain. To shift our story from one marked by victimhood to empowerment requires that we listen intently to this dialogue and begin rewriting it. Transformation demands introspection and honesty. Recognizing the harmful patterns latent in our mental scripts, we replace destructive narratives with tales of strength, resilience, and understanding. By integrating this shift in our inner dialogue, suffering gives way to shifting perceptions and an awakening of limitless possibilities. The Stoic thinkers deeply understood suffering's inevitability and furnished tools for responding to it with fortitude and dignity. They distinguished between what we might control and what fell beyond our grasp, advocating for the nurture of inner virtues over external circumstance. Stoicism asserts that accepting reality, free of desire for change, births true freedom. By fostering a life guided by virtues such as wisdom, courage, and tranquility, we confront suffering's challenge with elegance, allowing its insights to enrich and enhance our existence. Gratitude, sought within suffering's embrace, illuminates our hearts and lifts our spirits. Focusing on the bounty within our lives shifts attention from weighty pain to boundless joy and abundance. Through gratitude, Sufferings hold lessons as fresh insights rise to the surface. The practice of gratitude does not negate suffering, rather, it reframes it. Gratitude nurtures resilience and optimism, arming us to confront life's challenges with a revised outlook. This shift transforms suffering into a wellspring of personal enrichment and growth. Fear often clouds the insight that suffering bears. By courageously facing our fears, we gain the clarity needed to uncover insights laying dormant within our struggles. Courage isn't devoid of fear, but the determined advancement despite it, embracing vulnerability as a fellowship with wisdom. To dismantle the barriers posed by fear requires honesty and introspection, unveiling suffering's inherent lessons. Addressing fear moves us past its shadow, inciting transcendence as suffering converts into a catalyst for profound insight and personal evolution. Encountering loneliness ushers loneliness itself into the sacred oasis for insight. In solitude's quietude, untouched by external stimuli, we forge a connection with our inner existence. Here, loneliness transitions from adversary to companion, bearing the gift of clarity and understanding. By befriending loneliness, we create an honest space for self-exploration and reflection. These introspective stretches enlighten our pathways through life, shedding light upon our authentic desires, fears, and nature. From loneliness, we distill wisdom, bridging suffering with the warmth of self-fulfillment. Artistic expression offers a seamless passage to process, traverse, and transcend the borders of suffering. Through creativity, we externalize our internal struggles, encapsulating their raw energy in a tangible form. This artistic outreach facilitates an exploration and therapeutic release of what lurks beneath suffering's surface. Art, through its expansive lens, reveals new perspectives, dimensions, and insights into our suffering. Whether through writing, painting, or music, art assists as a bridge to self-discovery. It turns suffering into a canvas upon which wisdom and personal transformation are aroused. Suffering, in its potential to illuminate life's purpose, imprints deeply follow each episode. By delving deep within, we unearth the lessons woven into our pain, revealing how they align with a greater calling. This alignment transmutes suffering from a barricade to a passage toward fulfillment. Recognizing purpose within suffering requires courage and patience. It demands a keen ear attuned to the soul's whisperings, interpreting the path to our calling. Within suffering's confines lies the ember of guidance, leading toward a life imbued with significance and impact. In recognizing the interconnectedness of human suffering, we cultivate empathy and compassion. Understanding suffering as a universal human experience endows us with a sense of unity and connection to others. This shared awareness breeds insight, allowing us to approach our pain with expanded understanding. These interconnections extend beyond personal insight, reaching into the very fabric of humanity. Compassion born from awareness transforms suffering into a conduit for connection, healing, and mutual growth, uniting us in a collective embrace of life's multifaceted narratives. To let go is to embrace liberation from suffering's grips. It involves freeing ourselves from anchors to the past, opening to the present's offerings, and welcoming the potentials of an undisclosed future. Letting go demands trust, leading us into an acceptance without boundary. This release does not denote abandonment, but a bold invitation for life's vastness. Letting go unshackles our hearts from suffering, initiating its transformation into a fertile ground for new insights and rejuvenation. Suffering arises as we grapple with uncertainty, yearning for anchors in an ever-fluctuating world. Through acceptance of life's mysteries, we let go of control, welcoming the unknown with open curiosity. Suffering morphs into a dance of wonder and inquiry. To accept the mystery of existence invites trust in its unfolding. It shifts suffering from conundrum to co-creator, urging us onward in a dance with transformation. When we embrace the mystery, suffering reveals profound truths, illuminating the path with newfound wisdom. Thus, suffering wrought without insight reflects merely as pain. Yet, it offers profound gifts when approached with open eyes, reflective hearts, and receptive souls. Embracing our pain with awareness and wisdom equips us with lifelong treasures, an alliance with suffering that guides us to a life layered with pathos, compassion, and understanding. Through engaging with pain, suffering transforms from an abstract into a companion in understanding. It weaves wisdom's legacy into our lives, gently steering us toward integrating its lessons into a richer, more mindful existence. Insight is found at the true heart of suffering, an eternal guide drawing us toward lives of deeper wisdom, empathy, and fulfillment. In the vast tapestry of existence, the journey toward decisive choices often unfurls within the sanctuary of silence. It is here, in these still and unspoken moments, that the external clamor of life subsides, awakening an inner landscape teeming with potentials. In this quietude, clarity lends its gentle voice to the attentive soul. Often concealed beneath the tumult of daily distractions, its whispers endure, steadfastly lingering in the recesses of consciousness. The essence of choice germinates within these introspective intervals, where external chaos loses its sway. Instead, a serene contemplation emerges, allowing one to navigate through the myriad thoughts, uncovering truths long ensconced beneath the din. In these moments of profound self-reflection, a realization dawns. Every consequential decision requires an inward gaze. This act of choosing transcends mere logical computation, evolving into a philosophical endeavor that demands deep introspection. To embrace a choice is to honor the tranquility from which it arises, treating this process as a sacred alignment with one's authentic self. It becomes a creative force, charting a trajectory that intricately weaves through the fabric of life. Such a decision is neither impulsive nor subjected to the caprices of fleeting emotions. Instead, it is firmly rooted in an understanding of personal values and the conscious direction one elects to pursue. Yet the true power of choice extends beyond the decision itself. It resides in the pause that precedes it, a profound space of contemplation at life's diverse crossroads. In an age dominated by instant gratification, this pause stands as a cherished anomaly. Within it, there lies an opportunity to truly listen, to acknowledge fears, aspirations, and desires without judgment. It is within this pause that instincts, the silent guides toward our deepest desires, find expression distinct from ego-driven impulses. The pause is a mental sanctum, facilitating the disruption of automatic responses cultivated over time. Mastering this art of pausing bestows control over impulsive reactions born of past habits. It nurtures awareness, transforming visceral reactions into thoughtful choices. The pause thus shifts the journey from one dictated by external circumstances to one steered by deliberate intent. In this sanctuary of clarity, the fog of confusion lifts, revealing an unobstructed path forward. Crossroads in life, often approached with trepidation, signify more than mere uncertainty. They herald transformation and evolution. Recognizing these pivotal junctures involves perceiving them not as barriers, but as transformative bridges. These moments of decision are intricately woven into the tapestry of one's journey, offering vital opportunities for reassessment. It is at these junctions that one must confront the core question: what do I value? An inquiry whose answer illuminates the chosen path. Embracing crossroads with mindfulness aligns one's course with authentic desires, leading to a future harmoniously attuned to foundational beliefs and principles. In this journey, every choice becomes a pebble cast into the tranquil waters of existence, creating ripples that extend far beyond the immediate moment. The significance of understanding this ripple effect inspires a profound sense of responsibility. It serves as a reminder that every decision, no matter how seemingly inconsequential, carries potential ramifications that traverse time and affect others' lives. It is a mandate to choose wisely, conscious of the interwoven fabric of human experience. Ripples stand as a testament to life's interconnectedness, bridging disparate life forms, experiences, and epochs. Recognizing this interconnection reframes personal responsibility within a communal context. A well-considered path can inspire and strengthen, resonating beyond the individual to touch other lives, while a hasty or ignorant choice can spread misunderstanding and dissonance. Understanding the profound impact of these ripples fosters mindfulness and ethical integrity, guiding transformative decisions aligned with wisdom and compassion. Meaningful decision-making is firmly grounded in alignment with one's core values. Values serve as the compass by which the route through life's intricate terrain is navigated. Identifying and internalizing these values provides clarity and direction to the decision-making process. Values function as a filter, distinguishing the essential from the superfluous and guiding focus on what truly matters for personal fulfillment and integrity. Aligning decisions with values demands self-awareness and authenticity, acknowledging the tacit values that have influenced past choices and discerning their genuine reflection of self or their persistence as remnants of outdated influences. In alignment, there lies empowerment, the ability to affirm what resonates deeply and to refuse what dilutes authenticity. Choices transcend mere reactions to circumstances. They become intentional declarations of identity and purpose, intricately linked to the envisioned life. Choice, however, often necessitates the courage to let go, relinquishing expectations, past identities, and fears tied to familiar comforts. Letting go requires courage, a willingness to release the grip on what appears secure, yet ultimately stifling. This act of letting go is an act of faith in the process and in oneself, trusting that life has a rhythm, a flow from which growth emerges as old constructs fall away. Liberation begins with understanding that stagnancy and safety may be illusory, obstructing the natural course of life's journey. Embracing the unknown opens the door to growth, fostering resilience and flexibility. It is an acknowledgement that the past has served its purpose, blessing it for the lessons it imparted, while releasing it from future influence. This surrender exposes new territories within oneself, ripe for transformation and exploration, allowing for the emergence of newfound pathways. Often at the crossroads, fear stands as an imposing sentinel, yet it is not an adversary to vanquish. It is a messenger to be understood. Fear is a natural reflex, signaling uncertainty and potential growth. Choosing in the face of fear requires discerning its origins, distinguishing between fear born out of intuition and that arising from past conditioning. Authentic choice necessitates navigating alongside fear, harnessing its energy as a tool for introspection and growth. In this intricate web of choice, understanding potential consequences is paramount to engaging thoughtfully with one's future. However, the process demands balance, careful analysis without succumbing to overwhelming anxiety. Awareness of consequences empowers, offering foresight and understanding of potential outcomes. The goal is to tap into this wisdom while remaining open to life's dynamic and unpredictable nature. Navigating this complexity involves honing discernment, assessing possibilities with calm rationality, avoiding over-attachment to anticipated outcomes while acknowledging the risk of unforeseen results. By adopting a curious lens toward future outcomes, choices evolve into learning opportunities rather than perfectionist exercises in control. This liberates the decision-maker from analytical paralysis, transforming each consequence into a building block for experience and wisdom. Intuition, often described as an internal knowing transcending immediate rationality, plays a crucial role in decision-making. Beyond logical analysis, intuition communicates through feelings, impressions, and insights that defy explicit reasoning but carry profound truths. Tuning into intuition requires quieting the mind, cultivating trust in one's inner voice, and honoring this less tangible guide. Embracing intuition in decision-making involves legitimate belief in one's capacity to connect with an inner reserve of wisdom. It invites both intellect and heart to the decision-making table. Through integration with introspection, decisions flow more naturally, resonating with an authenticity that intellect alone may overlook. The internal compass of intuition guides choices into a harmonious dance of experience and insight. Detachment, celebrated across many philosophical and spiritual traditions, embodies choice with liberation. It does not signify indifference, but achieving balance, wherein choices are informed by intent rather than ensnared by outcomes. Detachment encourages active participation in shaping one's life while releasing the hold on results, acknowledging life's unfolding variability. Detachment transforms choices into acts of presence, not projections of future fantasies. It fosters impartial action, welcoming outcomes as layers in life's rich tapestry. Detachment cultivates resilience, viewing setbacks as lessons, not failures, and successes as steps in ongoing evolution. Respecting today's actions and tomorrow's unfolding, detachment crafts a life script written not from fear, but from courage and curiosity. Balanced decision-making lies at the intersection of logic and emotion, forming a fundamental duo in authentic choice. Reason offers a structured framework, grounding decisions in rationality, while emotions breathe life into choices, adding empathy and passion. To balance both is to forge a symphony of intellect and feeling. Balancing logic and emotion involves crafting a narrative where choices evolve as stories, imbued with emotional depth and intellectual clarity. Choices become more than equations to solve. They transform into narratives with meaning and connection, sculpted by both mind and heart, leading to fulfilling lives. Mindfulness, the practice of being present, anchors consciousness for intentional choices. Amid life's relentless pace, the ability to pause, breathe, and engage with the present offers unparalleled clarity. Rooted in mindfulness, choices emanate from presence, ensuring alignment with truth. Implementing mindfulness necessitates awareness beyond circumstances and narratives. By observing thoughts and emotions without attachment, insights into their transient nature unfold. Mindfulness empowers decision points with calm enthusiasm, not anxiety or haste. Choices emerge from a centered state of being, accessing unseen possibilities. Past conditioning profoundly influences present behavior and decisions. Life experiences, familial influences, and societal norms mold personal actions. Often, these conditionings operate subconsciously, guiding decisions that may no longer harmonize with current truths. Understanding these influences is vital. To make choices aligned with present awareness is to bring these conditionings into conscious examination. By fostering introspection, individuals gain power to choose anew, untethered from limiting beliefs. Through illuminating subconscious drives, the decision-making process resonates authentically. In thoughtful choice, reflection serves as a foundational pillar. Unlike indecision, reflection is active self-engagement, opening avenues for intentional decisions. Reflection slows thought tempo, inviting nuanced understanding of motives and outcomes. Regular reflection grounds decisions in inherent wisdom rather than transient states. It fosters patience, allowing resolution clarity to surface organically. Reflection listens, evaluates insights, and surveys life's holistic tapestry before conclusions arise. Embracing uncertainty is intrinsic to choice-making, integral to the human condition. While certainty provides comfort, life's unpredictability fertilizes innovation and discovery. Accepting uncertainty offers freedom from rigidity, propelling one into life's dynamic flow. Uncertainty propels curiosity and readiness, transforming fear of the unknown into an embrace of potential. Decisions reflect reactions not merely to external factors, but also embrace life's mystery. Uncertainty is a canvas for life's richness, urging exploration of the unseen. Patience forms decision-making's backbone, urging pauses in haste. It practices the art of waiting for insights before conclusions. Patience assures life doesn't demand immediacy, but advocates pacing in harmony with natural rhythms. Deliberate patience grants clarity space to seed vision with intent. It honors the pace of understanding development, countering life's urgency. Those cultivating patience expand perspectives, welcoming myriad options impulsivity might bypass. Perfectionism, the relentless flawlessness pursuit, stifles decision-making, shadowing authentic choices' joy. Demanding unattainable standards confines creativity, fostering failure and action paralysis. Breaking free from perfectionism is pivotal to cultivation. Breaking free necessitates vulnerability, process trust, rather than outcome fixation. Perfection-driven choices diminish spontaneity, limiting unexpected but valuable alternatives. Curiosity replaces judgment, transforming imperfection into teachers. Each choice is an act of self-creation, painting life portraits. These actions represent and shape one's evolving self. Each decision carves new tracks, connecting with true desires, values, and dreams. Recognizing choices as creative acts invites life engagement as artists and explorers. This reframes decisions from trivial to intentional, crafting self-expression space. Choices sculpt life narratives, intertwining values, aspirations, and authenticity. Revisiting past decisions invites learning and growth. Constructive reevaluation examines choices minus regret, fostering understanding of prior influences. Each choice becomes a stepping stone, informing future clarity and success. Constructive reevaluation transcends reflection through action, adapting iterations based on new insights. Met with empathy, past decisions reveal patterns and highlight growth. Awareness nurtures present choices, leading to authenticity. Faith and surrender hold transformative power in choice-making, offering journey trust over control. Faith nurtures belief in self, processes, and principles of higher order. Surrender embraces the realm beyond known. Faith enacts decisions within life's unknown dance, observing complexities with trust. Decisions morph into gateways, cultivating resilience, ushering hope. Trust within decision-making brings peace, embracing life's orchestrated purpose. Creativity guides innovative decision-making, transforming obstacles into opportunities. It welcomes imagination, venturing beyond traditional thought, fostering inquiry and exploration. Creativity colors decisions with vibrant expression. Engaging creativity grants permission to dream freely, welcoming spontaneity. Choices transform into creative canvases inspired by imagination. Open, inventive decision-making invites unique solutions, fostering dynamic growth. A long-term mindset embeds decisions with wisdom. Choices as journey facets acknowledge temporal ebbing, safeguarding against myopic decisions. It values sustainability and purpose, transcending transient challenges. Implementing long-term approaches anchors choices as parts of a broader narrative. They align with intention, offering perspectives on challenges over time. Patience and resilience accompany long-term worthiness amidst uncertainty. Listening to silent stories deep within directs decision-making. These narratives, often unwritten, reveal beliefs or fears. Engaging these stories offers insight into hidden motivations, shaping decisions. Listening with compassion challenges assumptions, affirming truthful narratives while transforming others. This active engagement frees life choices, steering toward authenticity and potential. Every crossroad in life's journey presents a gift, fostering growth and transformation. Embracing these points reframes challenges from adversity into empowerment. Celebrating crossroads explores unknown terrains. Gratitude transforms crossroad perspectives, appreciating potential over uncertainty fear. They align steps with deeper desires, dreams, and intentions. Recognizing these gifts fuels hope, affirming capacity to navigate choices. Each choice composes one's life story, reflecting intricate personal journeys. With intentionality, life becomes authentic self-reflection, crafted through decisions. Choices express narratives, aligning identity and purpose. Crafting this story invites life appreciation, encouraging intentional decision-making. It transcends passive existence, weaving a narrative harmonizing values and aspirations. Awareness shapes stories toward authenticity, reflecting unique essence and potential. In the quiet shadows of our existential journey, lies an illusion, the hope that salvation might come from external forces. This notion permeates our narratives, positioning us as passive actors in our own lives, cultivating dependence on forces beyond our control, be it societal acknowledgement, familial acceptance, or divine intervention. When this illusion shatters, we step into a profound realization. The most significant transformation stems from self-empowerment. The absence of an external rescuer is a call to awaken our dormant capacities. Within this realization lies an invitation to cultivate self-reliance, harness our inner resources, and embrace our inherent power. By acknowledging that no external force holds the key to our fulfillment, we initiate the journey of inner exploration and growth, where true empowerment unfolds. Turning inward demands a radical shift in perspective, requiring confrontation with the idea that the resources for growth have always resided within. The teachings of Stoic philosophers echo this sentiment, underscoring the need to connect with our inner virtues, wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice, as the bedrock of empowerment. Each virtuous act, every moment of resilience, and each exercise of authentic self-expression becomes a testament to the potential of our inner resources. This embrace is enriched by spiritual and existential philosophies, challenging us to explore deeper layers of consciousness. By tuning into the dialogues of the soul and the whispered affirmations of our worth, we derive a strength that far outweighs any external aid. Through deliberate, gracious self-awareness, we unlock creativity, inspiration, and fortitude, discovering that we are architects of our destiny. Embedded within the journey of becoming our solution is the transformative power of self-compassion. Often, we are gentler with others, offering empathy and understanding, yet we withhold nurturing kindness from ourselves. Self-compassion is the cornerstone of empowerment. It melts self-judgment and provides a safe internal space where healing can flourish. It extends beyond mere forgiveness. It is an active process of nurturing our inner being. As we confront fears, admit mistakes, and embrace vulnerabilities, we release perfectionism's shackles. The wisdom of philosophies such as Buddhism emphasizes compassion as a path to enlightenment, highlighting the interconnectedness of all beings. By grounding ourselves in self-compassion, we transcend perceived limitations and thrive amidst adversity, finding strength that fortifies our self-empowerment journey. To become the solution is to embark on the captivating journey of self-discovery. It requires peeling back layers of conditioned beliefs to uncover the authentic self. This odyssey is fraught with challenges, but equally rewarding, fostering a profound connection to our true essence. Self-discovery is transformative, unraveling ingrained narratives, transforming outdated paradigms, and beckoning us to rethink identity. Much like Socrates' exhortation to know thyself, it demands introspection, open-mindedness, and a willingness to explore existential questions. Through journaling, meditation, and reflective solitude, we engage in a dance with the unconscious mind, awakening latent potential and discovering hidden talents. As we deepen our self-understanding, we liberate ourselves to craft a narrative not dictated by circumstance, but nurtured by authenticity. Mindfulness, cultivating present moment awareness, plays a pivotal role in the journey to becoming our own solution. In a distraction-driven world, mindfulness calls us to slow down and inhabit the present fully. By anchoring ourselves in moments of stillness, we connect with our authentic essence, Mindfulness becomes our guiding lantern, illuminating pathways to wisdom and insight. Through it, we develop an intimate relationship with thoughts, emotions, and sensations, exploring them with curiosity. This nurtures self-awareness and deepens emotional resilience, enabling us to navigate life's complexities with grace. As we cultivate inner awareness, we are empowered to respond to challenges from a centered place. Presence transforms our relationship with ourselves, opening doors to conscious decision-making. In mindfulness, we discover clarity and tranquility, nurturing our innate power as our solution. Change, an immutable aspect of existence, is a dynamic force oscillating between chaos and transformation. Embracing change acknowledges life's fluidity and our capacity to adapt. Often met with resistance fueled by fear of the unknown, change holds the promise of growth. Embracing it demands flexibility and stepping beyond the familiar. The art of embracing change involves viewing it not as adversary, but as co-creator of our narrative, aligning with Stoic principles. By welcoming change, we harness impermanence's power and relinquish control's illusion. Embracing change propels us into a realm of potential where transformation is inevitable and we become our evolution's architects. Resilience, the alchemy of endurance, emerges as vital in becoming our own solution. Resilience acts as the bridge between adversity and triumph. While hardship can fracture the spirit, resilience is the healing balm. Adversity is a forge where character molds, an essential growth aspect. Building resilience involves viewing setbacks as opportunities to cultivate strength and wisdom. Shifting perspective from victimhood to empowerment, challenges become stepping stones to self-discovery. Resilience is fortified through presence, self-awareness, and purposeful detachment. Each adversity encounter hones emotional acuity and strengthens spirit. Through conscious reflection, resilience is uncovered as intrinsic strength, allowing us to navigate life with courage and grace, finding our solution and true selves in adversity. At the heart of becoming our solution is the empowerment of personal agency. Agency signifies autonomy, the ability to make conscious choices and shape destinies. By embracing agency, we step from passive observation to active shaping of experiences. It is a dynamic awakening, affirming power to change, create, and embody truth. Cultivating agency draws upon ancient wisdom, reminding us true freedom lies within. While external events may be beyond control, response integrity testifies to inner strength. Reclaiming agency disentangles expectations and prioritizes value alignment. It liberates, enabling transcendence of limitations and embrace of purpose-infused life. In exercising agency, every decision contributes to existence's masterwork, forging fulfillment and self-expression paths. Addressing negative beliefs is a formidable yet essential journey to becoming our solution. Negative beliefs act as invisible barriers, confining us within self-doubt cages. These beliefs originate from past experiences, conditioning, or self-imposed limits, often operating beneath the conscious mind. To dismantle barriers, awareness of their existence, and compassionate investigation of origins are required. Reframing negative beliefs involves challenging narratives, governing self-perception, inviting redefinition with empowering alternatives. Eastern and Western philosophies emphasize thought transformation, repurposing limiting beliefs into growth platforms. Reframing requires deliberate self-reflection and unwavering self-kindness. As negative beliefs unravel, doors for empowerment and self-love open. This transformation liberates us from doubt, unveiling potential. Conscious reframing harnesses thought power to step into limitless possibility, where we are our own solution. Setting clear boundaries is integral to becoming our solution. Boundaries serve as self-respect acts, delineating values and limits. Without boundaries, vulnerability to external demands and expectations leads to depletion. Establishing boundaries involves self-awareness and personal sovereignty declaration. Beyond self-preservation, boundaries foster healthier relationships of mutual respect. Stoic teachings advocate balance between duty to others and self-fidelity. Setting boundaries asserts self-worth, honoring needs while maintaining relational integrity, creating empowerment space for our solution journey to unfold. Passion, the vibrant flare igniting our souls, emerges as a guiding force for solutions within. It aligns actions with desires, directing us toward life that honors uniqueness and creativity. Amidst life's chaos, passion acts as a compass, reminding us of authentic paths and drawing us to fulfill potential. Cultivating passion involves unearthing desires and aspirations, resonating with identity and igniting commitment. This demands vulnerability and courage, as passions arise from vulnerability's crucible. Society may stifle passion, but empowerment lies in heeding desire's inner voice. Passion fuels persistence beyond adversity, awakening creativity. Embracing passion as a guide reconnects us with existence's joy, recognizing passion as the force infusing life with purpose. In solitude, we find a sanctuary to connect with inner essence, unencumbered by distraction. Solitude becomes a refuge and introspection space. While solitude evokes loneliness, it reveals the interconnectivity of all we are and seek. Our dialogue becomes a companion where profound insights emerge. Solitude cultivates introspection, nurturing clarity and self-discovery. In self-reflection, we understand aspirations, fears, values, and confront shadows, fostering deeper connections. Meditation, journaling, and walking encourage this dance with solitude, opening insights and revelations. In solitude, we nurture trust, anchoring amidst life's storms. Embracing solitude reveals growth and healing potential, flowering naturally. Knowledge, a transformative catalyst for self-empowerment, becomes our solution. In knowledge pursuit, tools transcend information, broadening perception. Knowledge bridges philosophical tenets and spiritual teachings, each puzzle piece enhancing understanding. Embracing knowledge extends beyond academics. It's a life curiosity journey. Existential inquiry and self-discovery align, empowering us with doctrines, scriptures, and experiences enriching wisdom. As wisdom accumulates, it transforms into fertile soil for informed decisions, resilience cultivation, and enlightened perspectives. Liberation is rooted in sought knowledge, navigating complexities with clarity and wisdom. To lean into vulnerability is to acknowledge emotions, experiences, and desires shaping authenticity. While vulnerability evokes weakness, embracing it is liberating, dismantling self-protection and stepping into an unfiltered reality. The journey to becoming our solution is incomplete without exposure. Embracing vulnerability dismantles armor and embraces imperfections. It's an exploration guided by curiosity, encouraging unique story expression. As vulnerability is embraced, paths of self-acceptance and connection open. Allowing vulnerability to guide disarms fear and judgment, tapping into shared humanity. The balance between openness and resilience transforms clarity needed for solution seeking. Detachment, the art of letting go, epitomizes liberation, propelling self-realization. It's a spiritual wisdom principle, echoing Stoicism, Buddhism, and more. Detachment is not caring's absence, but releasing egoic attachment to outcomes, possessions, and expectations. Embracing detachment frees us from desire chains and judgment suffocation. Practicing detachment honors moments without grasping permanence, letting go of opinions, validation, desires. Cultivating detachment embraces life's unfolding with acceptance, navigating change with resilience. Disentangling external validation, we discover an unwavering center where empowerment flourishes. Detachment is not relinquishment, but a relationship transformation with desire, a shift from clinging to flow. Aligning with essence, detachment empowers fulfillment in the present, grounded in freedom. Gratitude, a luminescent beacon in life's complexities, infuses consciousness with abundance and transformation. Through its embrace, we cultivate awareness of blessings woven into existence's fabric, transcending fear and scarcity. Gratitude invites attunement to present moment beauty, serving as a bridge to inner solutions. Practicing gratitude nurtures empowerment blooming from inner shifts. Extending beyond appreciation, it acknowledges interconnected experiences. Immersed in gratitude, contentment and resilience foster, reframing challenges as growth invitations. Spiritual teachings echo gratitude, encouraging present reverence. Gratitude transforms focus, manifesting life's gifts and lessons. This practice nurtures inner abundance, transcending limitations, awakening empowerment from gratitude's heart. Aligning with core values forms a compass guiding self-empowerment. Values are guiding principles, the foundation for authenticity. Identifying and aligning with core values becomes a North Star guiding decisions and relationships. This alignment involves introspection, discerning societal, cultural, and familial influences to reveal value quintessence. Anchored in values, coherence between thought, action, intention cultivates. Alignment fosters authenticity, navigating life with integrity and purpose. Values guard empowerment's journey, where detachment and presence draw from. Aligning with values uncovers dormant purpose, guiding paths of authenticity, showcasing the solution we are. Patience and perseverance are steadfast companions on self-empowerment journeys. In instant gratification-driven worlds, these virtues remind of growth's unfolding. Unique and uneven, this path is wrought with uncertainty moments. Patience and perseverance provide journey, stamina, and grace. Patience embraces present, nurturing insight seeds. Perseverance propels forward, surmounting obstacles. Together, they inspire resilience amid adversity. Patience and perseverance integrate Stoic and Buddhist teachings, embodying grace amid change. Nurturing these virtues transcends fleeting desires, fortifying commitment to solution and empowerment paths, transforming challenges into stepping stones. Intuition, the subconscious whisper, guides us to hidden solutions beneath conscious thought's surface. Embracing intuition requires trust, receptivity, and uncertainty's sight. Intuition's art involves experience, knowledge, insight synthesis, transcending rationality. Spiritual teachings regard intuition as the soul's voice, guiding alignment. By honoring intuition, we dismantle logical constraints, emerging into creativity realms and empowered decision-making. Listening to intuition connects inner wisdom, recognizing its guiding role. Embracing intuition aligns paths of authenticity, navigating life with discernment and poise. Within us resides a compass, leading ever closer to becoming the solution. Creativity, lyrical soul expression, is a dynamic conduit for actualizing solutions. Creativity transcends artistic endeavor, its crafting meaning and connection in every moment. Embers ignite when imagination and exploration unfurl, freeing from confines. Creativity's path is self-exploration, tapping essence depths. It liberates, transmuting knowledge, emotion, and experience into expressions. Creativity honors uniqueness and channels insight into the world. As a spiritual and existential force, creativity invites boundless possibility dances. Celebrating creativity transcends limitations, paving ways for innovation and authentic expression. In creativity's embrace, we find solutions within. Self-reflection is an exploration invitation through consciousness's labyrinth, guiding empowerment and solutions. It enables introspection, realms traversal, illuminating thought, emotion, and behavior intricacies. Engaging in self-reflection uncovers past stories, reshaping present and future keys. Self-reflection's dynamic potential transforms awareness into understanding, understanding into action. Journaling and meditation confront patterns with clarity, initiating healing and growth. Introspection mirrors spiritual and philosophical traditions, inviting seekers to delve into consciousness layers for true self-discovery. Engaging with self-reflection, we align experiences with aspirations, reclaiming agency and forging liberation's path. The rich tapestry of ancient teachings offers wisdom treasure troves, guiding us on transformative empowerment journeys. Philosophical and spiritual traditions serve as insight beacons, inviting exploration into interconnected being and consciousness realms. Anchored in experiences, time-honored teachings offer wisdom to illuminate paths of self-realization and empowerment. In the stillness of dawn, before the world awakens, there exists a moment of profound clarity where the conscious observer within us stirs. This observer, an intimate aspect of our being, possesses the wisdom to see through the noise of internal dialogues that often veil our true vision. It is not an external guide, but the most authentic version of the self, breathing deeply and envisioning presence, calm and wise. This inner seer understands the burdens of our pains and desires, inviting us to engage in gentle, introspective examination that peels away the layers of illusion to reveal the soul's essence. By embracing this observer, we cultivate a space for authentic connection, shedding societal masks and dismissing the weight of external expectations. This awakening marks the beginning of a lifelong journey where self-deception no longer dictates our path. It becomes a process of transparent seeing, recognizing and acknowledging every thought, impulse, and reaction with equanimity. In this awakened state, the observer forms an unerring foundation upon which we rebuild, a process that encourages us to listen to the whispers of our inner world. This subtle transformation, combined with intentional reflection, fosters a dialogue that navigates the fluid interplay between the mind's chatter and the heart's core desires. A truthful narrative emerges, one written with authenticity and imbued with a newfound purpose. Consider each day as a blank canvas where opportunity unfurls, inviting us to paint the narrative of our life with the strokes of small, consistent actions. Often dismissed as trivial, these actions possess an extraordinary potential to transform our existence. We yearn for grand, dramatic changes, yet it is within the mundane but deliberate habits that reside the true magic of transformation. Each small decision, each seemingly inconsequential ritual, mirrors the loom that weaves the fabric of our future. By aligning these actions with intentional living, we create a powerful momentum that redefines our path, piecing together the grand mosaic of who we are becoming. Within each decision lies a brushstroke contributing to the artwork of our existence. By awakening every day with a conscious choice, asking, what small step can I take today toward embodying my truest self? We ignite a subtle, sustainable journey. A moment spent in silence or reflection transforms these rituals into second nature, gently altering our perspectives and reshaping the entire tapestry of our being. As we traverse this path, the seductive allure of perfection emerges, a mirage steering us away from the real beauty that lies within imperfection. Perfection's illusory promise often blinds us to the growth potential woven into the acceptance of our flawed attempts and vulnerabilities. The art of kintsugi, where golden seams illuminate the cracks of broken pottery, serves as a glorious metaphor for embracing our imperfections. Within these flaws lies the potential for unique beauty and transformation, highlighting that growth often springs from our imperfect endeavors rather than flawless execution. To rise above perfection's beckoning, we must cultivate self-compassion and be willing to embrace learning through our imperfections, recognizing that our imperfections contribute to the richness of our individuality, fosters a journey of acceptance and growth. Embracing these imperfections frees us from the confines of should and fosters a deeper connection with our evolving self. In our journey, we find freedom in recognizing that our imperfections gift us opportunities for unique narratives, ultimately enriching our individuality and self-acceptance. Amid life's ebbs and flows, resilience stands as a testament to the human spirit, a quality often perceived as the power to rebound from adversity. However, when resilience intertwines with mindfulness, it embraces a nuanced dimension. Mindful resilience acknowledges the spectrum of emotions evoked by hardship, permitting them to flow without judgment. It mirrors the silent strength of a tree, swaying gently in life's tempests, holding firm roots while surrendering to the storm's presence. Cultivating mindful resilience nurtures an acceptance of life's inevitable changes and adversities, transforming each challenge into an opportunity for growth and reflection. By engaging with life through awareness and a compassionate lens, we learn to appreciate life's nuances and face challenges with calmness and clarity. This mindful approach prompts us to remain present, revealing the potential for growth even in the face of adversity, ultimately preserving our integrity and inner strength. Within the sanctuary of our being lies an eternal dialogue, a narrative often submerged beneath the cacophony of the external world. By directing this dialogue inward, we unravel the layers of belief and pattern that maintain suffering and disempowerment. This inner dialogue guides us on a healing journey, free of judgment, ripe with understanding, and brimming with clarity in disorder. Approaching this inner conversation with patience allows for self-awareness to take root, inviting us to unravel narratives that perpetuate our limitations. Healing emerges through integration rather than repudiation, acknowledging our wounds as part of a complex history while reshaping their influence. With each conversation, layers of untruth dissolve into a seamless whole, serving as a guiding compass toward balance, integration, and internal peace. One of life's most challenging tasks is the act of letting go, a release not of weakness, but of courage and vulnerability. To surrender attachments to grudges, fears, and outdated narratives is to embrace freedom and creativity. By redirecting energy once tied to stagnant constraints, we nurture the budding potential that awaits. Each relinquished burden unveils new perspectives, paving pathways toward freedom and opportunities once obscured. This liberating act invites us to honor the past while joyously welcoming the new, present moment richness, peace, and promise. Through understanding and self-compassion, we create space for living dynamically, unfettered by shackled narratives. This courageous release allows us to fully experience life, embodied in its richness and nuances, as we embrace prospects that beckon from all directions. Within the architecture of our minds, narratives hold immense power, a power that architects our reality, shapes our identity, and guides our journey. Reimagining these narratives is a courageous endeavor that invites us to question deeply seated beliefs and confront the scripts we've silently adhered to. As we delve within and challenge these narratives, we unlock doors to transformation beyond expectation. Through reflection and self-inquiry, disempowering beliefs shed their masquerading truths, assertions that bind us and hinder our evolution. By embracing narratives steeped in resilience, worthiness, and possibility, we honor identities forged through growth, courage, and choice. The stories of the past need not define our future, but instead empower an evolving dialogue of authenticity and purpose. Amid an external world craving validation lies a quiet truth. The greatest wisdom resides within. Owning this wisdom demands trust in our capability to navigate life's complexities. We must cultivate our inner voice through an intimate relationship with stillness, self-reflection, and openness, affirming that our life experience and intuitive understanding possess immense value. Embracing this inner wisdom requires relinquishing doubt and valuing our insights, nurturing a bedrock of self-trust, offering echoes of humility. Our inner compass guides decisions that reflect authenticity, deeply resonant with our values and aspirations. As we honor this internal wisdom, we align our outer actions with the depths of our being, an empowerment rooted not in hubris, but in self-awareness and serenity. The art of self-forgiveness beckons as a testament to profound self-love and compassion. It recognizes that within the human experience lies the potential for missteps, a chance to reconcile with oneself beyond anger, guilt, and shame. This art invites healing, liberation, and forward movement unmarred by the past. Self-forgiveness emerges through accepting human imperfection, affirming worthiness despite past decisions. Navigating through layers of self-criticism and bitterness leads to making amends with what has been. This healing, integral to the journey of self-forgiveness, restores our capacity for joy, compassion, and renewal, rekindling the authentic self to meet life's embrace with renewed grace. Success, as often perceived, hovers like a shadow, measured through external markers. Yet, genuine fulfillment thrives beyond these constraints, nestled deep within purpose and journey. Redefining success requires courage to move beyond societal constructs and unveil a path shaped by individual values. To redefine success is to chart a course through inner exploration, transcending societal metrics and seeking authentic meaning. In reshaping definitions, we uncover richness in experiences aligned with true purpose and joy. By living with integrity, our life becomes a meaningful pursuit led by conscious engagement, fulfilling contributions, and mindful presence, a tapestry interwoven with the themes of self-awareness and purpose. In this silent dialogue lies an invitation, a radical act amidst pervasive noise. Silence is a sacred companion, a refuge where reflection and harmony arise. Within its embrace, we connect to aspects of self often overshadowed by clamor, engaging with stillness and savoring insight. As silence envelops, a melody emerges through the gaps, a realm echoing with the infinite possibilities enfolded within each pause. Silence extends beyond absence. It is an invitation to being, allowing the heart to resonate with ever-present awareness. Life unfurls in simplicity, reconnecting us to the wonder interwoven within the unfolding world. In daily moments steeped in immediacy, intentional living emerges as a beacon, transcending impulsivity and illuminating the choices woven into life's fabric. To live intentionally is an alignment of existence with purpose, a conscious journey amidst life's multifaceted tapestry. Intentional living demands presence and engagement, grounding actions as reflections of values, illuminating moments with purpose. This discipline demands mindful confrontation and courage to navigate life with open-heartedness. It leads to a canvas upon which we paint our existence, aware in each brushstroke of the soul's narrative. Life's dance is marked by the tension between control and surrender, a dance demanding conscious equilibrium. To control is to shape intentions and learn from experience, while surrender invites acceptance of life's greater rhythm, allowing serendipity to guide its course. This dance teaches, reminding us of life's unpredictable, harmonious nature. Through dance, we engage with life's pulsating rhythm, balancing control's guidance and surrender's embrace. Embracing this balance becomes a potent teacher, a visible path within the heartbeat of life's flow. The vision for our future emerges as a blend of hope and potential, a rendition shaped through thought and belief. Crafting this vision requires looking beyond constraints, intertwining present desires with future aspirations. This envisioned future embodies both present tones and future aspirations, molding destiny through creative foresight, a shaping act grounded in self-awareness and resilience. As we gaze forward, our vision becomes a resounding affirmation, a testament to living life intentionally imprinted with self-awareness. Unconditional acceptance weaves a journey toward liberation, embracing the self without stipulations imposed by others. It embodies openness to life's truths and freedom from judgmental confines. Acceptance doesn't relinquish growth. Rather, it acknowledges divine imperfection, a spectrum woven within life. By embracing unconditional acceptance, we discover beauty beyond survival, a life flowing with grace, threaded through compassion and understanding. Leadership transcends hierarchy, evolving into compassionate, mindful guidance, a beckoning to embody oneself and illuminate paths for others. This compassionate emergence invites an environment of understanding and shared vision. True leadership harmonizes inner connection with active kindness, illuminating paths with inclusive intent. Through compassionate engagement, leadership inspires transformation based in empathy, embodying growth within a world that witnesses the maturation of shared action. Time's relentless march offers an invitation to reshape understanding. Decoupling value from hurried accomplishments, we embrace time as pliant, inviting engagement with the present's potential. Reassessing time offers a transformed perspective, life lived in non-linear presence. Engaging time's rhythms allows conscious experience woven through presence, embracing life's unraveling tapestry with fluidity and opportunity. In this exploration, we find a bridge, a convergence between inner and outer selves. Connecting temperament, actions, and soulful purpose is a synergy that only emerges through consistent introspection. Courage guides this bridge, illuminating potential through alignment. Harmonizing inner truths with external expressions invites resonance with authenticity, manifesting life congruent with the soul's calling. This alignment fosters a life enriched by creativity, mindful engagement, and authentic self-expression. As we journey through the path of self-discovery, we recognize sacred moments where shadows turn to light and struggles give birth to strength. Embrace the self that saves itself, not as a perfectly honed statue, but as a mosaic of experiences, each shard polished by life's intricate dance. The path, laid with deliberate choices, becomes a map not constrained by fate, but expanded by intention, becoming a testament to the power housed within. As we close this chapter, remember, the change is yours to embrace, to weave, and to live. Let it echo through the corridors of your inner world, affirming one unerring truth: it's yours to change.